Good evening and welcome to the Fort Smith City Board of Directors study session on November 12th of the year 2024. As always, keep in mind these meetings are being televised live for our residents who cannot attend with us in person. So with that, we're going to go right ahead and start with the first item. Director Good, did you have a request, sir?
Yes, Mayor. Without objection, would it be okay if we move the presentation on Main Street of Fort Smith, item number 5, to the front, please? Because I believe the other items will take some time.
Okay. Is there any objection to moving item number 5 to number 1? If there's no objection, we'll start with that item.
Thank you, Mayor. Our Deputy City Administrator, Jeff Dingman, will introduce this topic.
Coming to the podium is Amanda Hager, Executive Director of Main Street, Fort Smith, to make this presentation, and she's accompanied by some of the board members from Main Street, Fort Smith.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I appreciate you letting us move up. I know you have a lot of important things to discuss this evening, so I greatly appreciate you allowing us to go first. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Administrator, City Directors. Again, I'm Amanda Hager. I'm the Executive Director of Main Street, Fort Smith, and I do have many of my board members and supporters in the audience tonight, so thank you to all of those who came to support me. I appreciate that. And up here with me, I have our board chair, Mitch Minnick. I have our board treasurer, Joe Calderera, and our vice chair, Isaac Rogers. Main Street Fort Smith, we recently rebranded from 646 Downtown, so many of you may know us as 646 Downtown. That's still our legal entity, but we're now doing business as Main Street Fort Smith to better align ourselves with our Main Street America accreditation. Our mission has not changed. We are a nonprofit committed to creating vibrant spaces in downtown Fort Smith through business development, arts and culture, and special events, and the promotion of attractive amenities to accelerate development and diverse commerce. Main Street is proud to be an accredited program of Main Street America and Main Street Arkansas. This accreditation is awarded to organizations that demonstrate best practices in downtown revitalization, community engagement, and economic development. Being accredited provides us with access to valuable resources, grant opportunities, and a network of support, enabling us to make a lasting impact on downtown Fort Smith. Our status as an accredited program underscores our commitment to creating a vibrant, economically diverse, and community-centered downtown that reflects both national standards and local practices. Through this accreditation, we followed the Main Street America 4-point approach, focusing on organization, design, promotion, and economic vitality to guide our work. You'll notice that the report that I gave to you, our annual report, is actually divided up by these 4-point approach. Our organization thrives on collaboration, partnering with local stakeholders like the Downtown Business Association, city departments, city administrators, nonprofits, and local leaders to advance downtown's revitalization. These partnerships amplify our efforts to help us meet unique needs of downtown Fort Smith. We work continuously to secure funding through grants, sponsorships, and donations. One key example would be our Levitt Foundation grant, which, combined with local support, fuels our free community music series. Our funding efforts ensure sustainable, impactful programming for downtown. This year, we completed our rebranding from 646 Downtown to Main Street Fort Smith, aligning more closely with our Main Street America accreditation. The new branding has helped us better communicate our vision with stakeholders and emphasize our dedication to a vibrant downtown. One of these partnerships, an example of a partnership that we have, is with the Downtown Ambassadors Program. We held this year a customer training for the ambassadors, who are a team that engage with visitors and promote a safe, welcoming downtown. This program is in partnership with the Fort Smith PD Community Relations Unit, and the CBID helps to foster a positive connections with businesses and the community. We also conducted a couple of surveys with businesses and property owners in downtown about the successfulness of this program. We reported those numbers to the CBID and to the PD as well. And an accredited Main Street program, we have access to professional development and opportunities through Main Street America and Main Street Arkansas. Our team has participated in several trainings this year. They help us to gain valuable insight into revitalization and give us tools to make sure that we stay on the forefront of best practices. Learning from others is also essential to what we do. Recently, I consulted with the Downtown Springfield Association to explore some of their strategies, especially when managing partnerships, supporting local businesses, and addressing community needs. Design is focused on enhancing the look and the feel of downtown Fort Smith. Our goal is to create an inviting, accessible space that celebrates our historic charm and make downtown a place where people want to spend time. One example is our alleyway lighting activation project. This project aims to improve safety and aesthetics in an alleyway between 702 Garrison Avenue and the B.G. Hendricks State Office Building, connecting Garrison and Rogers Avenue with bistro lights and new pathways, and turning this area into a vibrant pedestrian corridor connecting two key parts of downtown. We're currently in the contract phase, and we really hope that installation will start soon on that. And in that same corridor, we are hoping to add a sidewalk mural to further enhance this public space. This mural will feature work from a local Arkansas artist, creating a visually engaging experience for pedestrians. We'll know actually by the end of the year if we're going to receive the public art grant for this artwork. We've also already secured the match for this grant, which is part of the application process. I'm sure you have seen the banners on Garrison Avenue. We are working with the city's public relations department to streamline the application process and establish a cohesive design policy. So next year, we aim to add 30 additional banner poles, extending the program's reach and further promoting identity and the aesthetic of downtown Fort Smith. In October, I had the pleasure of curating a walking tour for 40 architects from across the state. They were here for the Arkansas chapters of the American Institute of Architects annual conference. It was held in downtown. It's actually the first time they've been in our city for 20 years, and they loved it. They had an absolute blast being in Fort Smith and being downtown. We went to Immaculate Conception Church. We had a tour of the Friedman Mincer building, just to name a few. We also took them around to see some of the unexpected murals. The promotion component is about positioning downtown Fort Smith as the center of community life and economic activity. By highlighting our unique assets and creating memorable events, we're working to draw residents and visitors downtown, supporting local businesses and celebrating Fort Smith's distinctive character. The 11 Amp series has become a cornerstone event, bringing free live music to the community. This year's 10 concert series drew about 2,000 attendees, thanks to an expanded marketing strategy that included some local media partnerships, and funding is already secured for next year's concert series. Our holiday events this year are designed to encourage community members to shop local and enjoy a downtown experience. On Small Business Saturday, which is a national day, it's on November 30th, we're going to host a cocoa crawl. This is something we're partnering with the Downtown Business Association. So you can walk around participating businesses, get a free cup of hot cocoa or apple cider. That'll be from 2 to 5, and then there'll be a tree lighting at Cisterna Park to kind of wrap everything up, and a few choir performances. We also just finished a very successful Ghouls on Garrison. This is a Halloween event. It's an annual event. It's trick-or-treating, where we turn Garrison Avenue into a family-friendly place to be. And we had 40 businesses, more than 40 businesses participate. ProPac did their Candyland, and I had some high school students who starting their own nonprofit that we're supporting them. They showed a movie in the Garrison Commons Pocket Park, so that was really neat as well. Economic vitality focuses on building a thriving downtown economy. Our goal is to create a diverse economic base, encouraging investments and foster a supportive environment for businesses and entrepreneurs. Tomorrow, we're hosting Invest Fort Smith Summit at the Bakery District. This is a one-day economic development summit that brings together local leaders, business owners, and investors. The summit will focus on strategies for economic growth, providing a platform for collaboration and idea sharing. We've had, I think last check, 87 people register, so I'm very excited about that. We actively promote the entertainment district to increase foot traffic and support downtown businesses. By collaborating with the Downtown Business Association, we're creating a streamlined approach to help bars and restaurants maximize the district's potential. Next year, we plan to use some of our revitalization grant funds to provide new promotional materials, helping businesses better leverage this asset year-round. Securing and managing funding is essential to our economic vitality mission. This year, we obtained significant revitalization funds, which will support ongoing projects and upcoming initiatives like downtown beautification, the banner program expansion, and our work in the entertainment district. Large annual events play a vital role in supporting downtown Fort Smith's economy, bringing in thousands of visitors and generating significant business for local establishments. While Main Street Fort Smith does not directly program these events, we are a key supporter working alongside organizers to maximize the impact. Events like these fill hotels, boost foot traffic, and drive spending in downtown businesses. We're looking to next year. In 2025, we're focusing on several strategic initiatives that will position Main Street Fort Smith as the central resource for business and community development. By the end of the first quarter, we aim to complete a full database of available spaces downtown for rent, lease, or investment. This resource will streamline connections for those interested in expanding or investing in downtown. We're building on the 2017 Propelling Downtown Forward plan as a base for insights and adding updated market data and community feedback. This data-driven approach will guide our decisions, allowing us to respond to evolving trends and business needs in downtown Fort Smith. Through surveys, community meetings, and direct outreach, we'll actively involve Fort Smith residents, not just those living or working in downtown, but across the city, in shaping the future of downtown. Using the Main Street America approach, we'll focus on addressing specific customer needs, creating unique downtown destinations, and adapting our strategies to support a vibrant, thriving district. Our 2025 transformational strategy will be tailored to foster growth, attract new businesses, and meet community expectations. In 2025, we're excited to bring several key projects to life that will enhance the downtown experience and reinforce it as a community destination. The Levitt Fort Smith Music Series is returning in April, and we'll have 5 concerts in the spring and then 5 concerts again in the fall. Funding from a $30,000 Levitt Foundation grant matched by the City of Fort Smith and Dream Alliance Foundation has already been secured. We'll also be launching our Garrison Avenue banner program in January in partnership with the City Public Relations Department. This program will add vibrant visuals for events and seasonal themes throughout the year. Our goal is to create a cohesive, welcoming streetscape in downtown. We're also enhancing our popular downtown guide through a new partnership with the River Valley Democrat Gazette. This project will add a digital component to the print guide, increasing accessibility and reach for both visitors and locals looking to explore downtown's key destinations. In collaboration with Parks and Rec, we'll launch a landscaping initiative to beautify Garrison Avenue, making it more walkable and inviting space. We hope to partner with a local grower-owned landscaping company. This project will focus on creating green, welcoming public areas that encourage community engagement and enjoyment. Thank you so much for your continued support of Main Street Fort Smith and of downtown Fort Smith, and for allowing myself and my board to have a few minutes of your, I know, busy time this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you to the board members for being here with us this evening. Would any board members like any comments to say anything? Okay. If not, we'll go to the city board. Director Rigo, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as one of the 2 people up here who in their ward represents the downtown area, I'm the southern side and Director Good's the northern side of downtown. Just thank you and the whole team on the board for the work and the effort that you put in. to slowly and steadily improve our downtown. And the question I had is just, is it accurate to say that any downtown in the nation of a peer size that's sufficiently activated and vibrant has some sort of organization like or similar to Main Street Fort Smith, working hand in hand with the businesses, with the entities, and with the municipality to make that vibrancy a reality? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would absolutely say that's a fair statement. There are 1,200 Main Street America communities across the nation, and even if they're not a Main Street, I would bet that any downtown you go to that you really enjoy has a similar entity like Main Street Fort Smith that is working very closely with their city administrators, their chamber, their AMP commission, and getting funding from these organizations to create that vibrant downtown.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Director Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Amanda. Thank you, board members, for being here. Just a couple of comments and a question for administration. Really, really love the Levitt concert series. Every year I'm only able to go to a couple, but I try to go to a couple. I wish I could say they were better attended, but they are well attended. Great entertainment, especially free for the community to come out and spend time, socialize, get out of the house, meet your neighbors, meet your friends. Secondly, I'm really excited about the alleyway lighting, that corridor that you're talking about, 702 Garrison Avenue. But I had a question. I know this came up previously about the vacant downtown spaces, storefronts. Carl, Jeff, is there anything that the city can do or your organization can do to help make sure that we don't have vacant spaces sitting for months or years and years at a time?
I might actually end up deferring to Amanda on this question, but in terms of initiatives that the city drives, there aren't any that we're actively seeking. I mean, aside from personally knowing some of the business owners, the property owners, and encouraging to do those sorts of things, and there's nothing that we can do, nothing we are doing to incentivize them. Now, going through a program, potential grant program like Amanda has mentioned, to maybe provide some of those incentives to take steps to rent their spaces or do something to improve the facades, how the front of the vacant space even looks. That's a role that they're actively playing. Amanda?
Yeah, so there are several. I've been doing a little bit of research into this. I haven't gotten too deep into it yet, but that's something I would like to look more into next year. I've talked with some of the main streets, specifically in Arkansas, about what they have done. Some cities in Arkansas and across the nation, they have vacant building ordinances that are specific to their downtown. So, like, let's say our downtown is considered like the CBID map is technically our downtown, they have some sort of like a tax program where if you let your building sit for so long, you are taxed an additional amount for having that building sit. So that's a stringent ordinance, but those do exist. Mm-hmm. On the other side of that, there are incentive programs that a lot of main streets have worked with property owners and their cities to come up with. So it may be something as simple like, hey, we can offer you a certain level of promotion if you, through Main Street Fort Smith, if you were to go ahead and open a business down here. Some property owners will maybe say, okay, I'll put it into your rent if we do the construction. You need construction, you need a turnkey. So we'll roll that into your rent, we'll do that for you. So there's a lot of different ways to incentivize businesses and property owners to get people in. And that's something I'd like to look a lot more into next year.
Okay, just one other thing if I have. You were talking about the incentives is great, the tax incentives, that's great. I was thinking more along the lines also of maybe grants allowing us to use their storefronts for art mm-hmm. or advertising. But that was just a thought of mine. And I know Director Martin and I had spoke earlier about homelessness. Director Martin, do you have any questions? Because I was going to ask how the homeless situation might be affecting.
Well, I've talked to Amanda about homelessness. And I think some of the discussion around the Supreme Court cases that we'll be going through in a little bit, I think are going to play a role in that. And I think we have an opportunity to do some things to maybe alleviate that. So that's really how I want to address it. And in terms of the Supreme Court, it appears like they've opened up options available to cities to be able to enforce rules around camping, public camping, those types of things. So, and I think from Sean's communication to us is he's got some ordinances potentially that he's going to deliver to us tonight that we could enact fairly quickly. But I think that's really where we've got to go in terms of improving some of the overall downtown walkability, livability, mothers, kids, all that kind of stuff to be able to be down here. So that's really my key concern with this, and then also with Sean tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Director Neil Martin, would you like to?
Well, and that was part of what I wanted to talk about, but also, Amanda, I've shared with you some of my frustrations with downtown, and I'm hopeful that some of the things that we do, especially with Sean, will help alleviate some of that stuff. One of the things that I asked Talisha, and I continue to ask of you, is return on investment. So if we make this investment, what's that for us? So continue highlighting that as you come to us. But I hope we sit down here a year from now, and we've done some things on the city side. Main Street Fort Smith has done some things on their side that has downtown a place where, or that makes downtown a place where people want to go and want to be a part of without some of the other things that are keeping them away. So I think we all got an email tonight, right before we got here, related to some of the things we're going to talk about with Sean. So those things have to get addressed in order for our downtown to be successful. And so I look forward to being able to talk about that tonight.
Director Levon Morton.
First of all, Amanda, very, very good presentation, very informative, so thank you for that. I guess that you haven't been in your job very long, so this is a little bit of an unfair question, but can you give us an example of a city that's had a very successful kind of a downtown rejuvenation program that we could look to as this is an example of what we want to try to be?
Yeah, so I started in June.
Yeah, right. So you haven't been there long, I understand.
I did talk to Springfield, Missouri. They were the first city outside of Arkansas that I reached out to, specifically because my husband used to live there. He lived in downtown when we were dating. We actually got engaged there. We got married in downtown Fort Smith, though. We had our first date here and got married here. But we got engaged in downtown Springfield. And I just, I loved their downtown, and it just felt... I felt safe. It was very walkable, but it was also pretty big. Springfield's actually not quite double the size of Fort Smith population-wise, but it is larger. But I reached out to them because I thought, okay, this is somebody that I've seen be successful, because he knew from living there that they had they had gone through significant revitalization in their city. And I would also point to Argenta, which is North Little Rock. Over the last 20 years, they've had significant revitalization in there. So those are the two that I've really looked at and spoken with. And actually North Little Rock is pretty similar in size to us, because population and demographics and industry, all those things kind of matter when we're thinking about, okay, who has a similar thing to us. So in Springfield, they have an amazing connection between their downtown association, which kind of acts like a business association, and also a Main Street, kind of in one. They're structured a little differently than we are, but they're the promotional arm of downtown. They also provide a lot of networking opportunities for their business owners. They work really closely with their chamber and also their version of their CBID. So that collaboration has been very strong and has been a key to their success. So I thought that was really interesting, because those relationships are really important. The business owners, I think there feel very loved and appreciated, which I think is a huge piece of it. They feel very supported by the events that they have, the coffee networking that they do just for the downtown folks. So I think that's a piece of it for them. They did have a lot of homeless population that were hanging out in their downtown, sitting on sidewalks, sleeping in their parks, sleeping on the sidewalks. They did have a lot of that, but they have strengthened their sidewalk ordinances to move people off the sidewalks. They also moved some of their facilities to the fringe of their downtown, and they also really focused on providing transportation. So when someone is in need of getting to a facility or getting to services, they really focused and ramped up their transportation services to help people get where they needed to go. Those were the big takeaways that I took from Springfield.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director George Casavas.
Amanda, let me ask you a question. What are you hearing on the free parking downtown?
Love it. People love free
Meters
parking.
need to go, don't they?
Yeah, that would be nice.
That's so nice to pull in there and not have to dig in your pocket for a quarter.
Yeah, people love it. It's
Yeah.
it's a little weight off your shoulder. You know, I mean, I know most places, like if you go to most downtowns, you know, around here, even regionally, you have to pay, and it's usually on
Yeah.
the app. And if you don't have the app, then you got to download it.
Yeah.
So I do hear really positive feedback. It makes
And
it
the business owners aren't complaining, are they?
not about the free parking. No,
No, not at all.
no, I haven't heard any complaints about the free parking.
Yeah, 'cause one other quick question. When Talisa Richardson was here, 64-6, and something you said caught my attention. She said something about the vacant buildings downtown, maybe proposing a fight to find the business owner because the building's empty. And you just said that's something that cities are considering a tax, it's an extra tax for these empty buildings.
Yes, there are cities that have ordinances that will tax a property owner an additional tax if
For the building to be empty.
For the building to be empty, that's right. they do.
Irregardless of economic conditions in the country, people have money to do anything.
I mean, I can't say that for sure, sir, because I haven't read, I haven't dove
Yeah,
into reading
well-
the municipalities and how they're handling it, but there are many cities that do have such ordinances, yes.
Yeah. Well, you're doing a good job, but here's what I told Talisha. I will never vote for that in our property, ever.
Yeah.
I never would. I'm sorry, but you're doing a good job, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for her? Okay. Director Christina Casavas.
Well, I would agree with that. I would not vote for that either. But just to clarify, downtown does have 5 directors that represent it because we represent the whole city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
This time we will go to first item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on this evening's agenda is to discuss the regularly scheduled meetings of the Board of Directors for 2025, and our City Clerk, Sherry Gard, will speak to this and answer any questions.
Okay. In your board packet, I did provide a recommended 2025 board meeting calendar with your regularly scheduled meetings. Typically, the board meets on the first and third Tuesday for their regular meetings, and then the second, fourth, and sometimes fifth for their study sessions. Now, the board has recommended in the past that the board not meet during the week of spring break, during the week of Independence Day holiday, Thanksgiving holiday, and Christmas holidays. Now, in 2025, there are no regular meeting dates that conflict with a holiday. However, in November, if you will take a look at the calendar, the second Tuesday in November is Veterans Day. That fourth Tuesday is the week of Thanksgiving. So what we're recommending is, so you can have a study session, you don't have to, it's just a recommendation, is that you go ahead and schedule your study session on that Monday, November the 10th. It looks like in October will be the only month because they do not, I'm sorry, I'm going all over the place here. But in October, the board has also requested that they not meet on that first Tuesday so the board can attend National Night Out. That is an event every year for law enforcement. And in October, we are recommending, in order to accommodate that, that the board hold their 2 regular meetings, which are required by law, 2 regular meetings per month, to be held on the 14th and 21st. And I'm able here to answer any questions you may have, and this is our recommendation by staff.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Any questions on the tentative schedule for 2025? Okay.
And if I could have 2 directors place that on the November 19th.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to item number 2.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is a presentation regarding citywide water meter replacement and upgrade to advanced meter infrastructure, AMI, and Lance McAvoy, our Director of Water Utilities, will begin speaking to this and introduce our presenter.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Gefkin, Board. Tonight we have with us Jim Johnston with Train Technologies. Mr. Johnston came and spoke with us several months ago on both our situation with our meters and a path forward to go to AMI. AMI stands for Advanced Meter Infrastructure, and if you remember right from past talks, this is where we really need to go to modernize the entire department. This will allow everyone who is a water user in Fort Smith to download an app on their phone. They can see how much water they're using. It will be able to set up alerts, so if they have a leak on their side of the meter, they will be notified of that, so they can address that much more quickly than what we're doing right now. I'm going to turn the podium over to Mr. Johnston.
Thanks, Lance. Good evening, Mayor McGill, Board of Directors, City Administrator Gefkin. Thank you for setting this up this evening. My name is Jim Johnston. I'm with Train Technologies, and I'm based out of St. Louis, Missouri. Appreciate the audience tonight. I'm going to go into a very, very high-level presentation in terms of how we might best be able to, for the city of Fort Smith, implement a AMI structure for all your water meters. I guess the easiest way to say this is, if you all see something that you would like to have answered, please feel free to interrupt me. Former Marine, so I don't really take anything personally. I want this to be as dynamic as possible and make sure that everybody's getting the information that they need and moving this thing forward appropriately. So I want to begin. Train Technologies has been awarded about 2 years ago what's called the Omnia Partners Cooperative Purchase Agreement. It is a nationwide contract that is competed for by us and multiple peers in our industry. And because of that competition, it allows public entities, cities, states, towns, municipalities to be able to contract with us directly on a design build basis, single source, without having to go out for public bid, which means you all get to control exactly how you want your projects implemented, how you want them designed, how you want the engagement to go, and it's very, very collaborative instead of having everything funneled down to different contracts people and hoping, a lot of times crossing your fingers, that you've dotted all your I's, crossed all your T's, and make sure that everything in the contract is lock solid, and making sure people won't come back and say this wasn't in the contract. We make it very, very easy and collaborative to do, and there's a few other tools and mechanisms that we use to be able to deliver as much value as it can to you. This is actually our third conversation in terms of this subject matter, so I'm looking forward to this audience and seeing where this goes. So, Train Technologies essentially applies a 3-step process when we come into do one of these contracts on a design-build basis. First is a preliminary assessment. We meet with all the local city leaders, public works directors, city administrators, city managers, and talk about what problems you all have. We talk about what you've tried in the past, what you'd really like, and then we figure out the ways to be able to adopt this contract mechanism to meet those needs in essentially a broad swath, rather than just addressing one little thing, putting a box around it, and then going to the next step and the next step. We ask for some basic information, which we already have, in terms of meter counts, meter locations, types, everything else that we need to make some really, really basically informed decisions to say, here's how we see this best being able to move forward. We've already done all that preliminary investigation, and now we are at the point, which is step 2, called our project development agreement, that's actually on City Administrator Gefkin's desk. It's going through legal review right now. What ends up happening in this stage is we go through with the city staff We use what's called a Mars bench test testing platform to test the efficacy of the existing meters throughout the city. And we're going to take anywhere between 1% to 2% of the total amount of meters throughout the city and test them for efficacy, test them for accuracy, and also, most importantly, serviceability, because there is a significant issue within the city that's been communicated to me that certain meters have failed and are not being replaced, not being read, and that is a distinct drain on the city's revenue. We want to be able to fix that and use that as a key growth driver to be able to fix a lot of the issues that are essentially the skeleton of a city, which is water infrastructure. So what we'll end up doing during this project development agreement is we'll be sending our evaluators out to work with the city personnel that are in charge of both the water meters and the water infrastructure itself, testing that certain key amount of those meters, and building a business case that will allow the entire board and city leadership to make an informed decision outside of just, well, we know how much this is going to cost, so how are we going to get the money? If you're a business leader, you need to know, where does the money lie? What's your return on investment going to look like? What is your simple payback ratio? Whatever key metric is the driver for you all, we will sit down and say, here's what you're losing right now on a month-by-month basis, judging by this subset that we've tested, and build out a business case that says, right now, either year over year, month over month, here's exactly how much the city is losing in unclaimed revenue, wastage, loss, and leakage. And that is one of the biggest issues, is you can't manage what you can't measure. We are proposing to be able to bring the city of Fort Smith's water infrastructure into the 21st century, honestly. It'll allow the citizens to be able to see exactly what their water usage is, allows the city and the citizens also to see, are there leaks happening, especially after the winter freeze. When everything starts thawing out is usually when water starts leaking in the cities, down the roads, and then out of people's yards. This allows everyone to get very, very proactive in terms of how those kind of issues are addressed. In terms of meter accuracy, we typically see anywhere between 25 up to 40% inaccuracy for existing meters that are mechanically based, just because they're sitting in water, they're sitting in dirt. Things degrade over time, and a vast majority of your meters are 30 plus years old. Even on a conservative basis, the water loss can be very, very significant, and that's up to us to be able to build the business case for you all and say, here's what you're losing. To be able to move forward with a project like this, here is what the dynamics and essentially the financial calculus looks like. And then we go through and make a really, really informed decision. Our model with the Omnia Partners Cooperative Purchase Agreement allows you all to be able to say, not only does this make sense, but who do you want to be able to have at the table? Which contractors would you like to have involved? Do you want someone local? Do you want someone fast? Do you want certain key metrics that you typically use on your standard procurement process? Who do you want at the table with us so we can move forward in a collaborative fashion instead of putting everybody in a box, feeding them enough information to be able to be dangerous and give a response? This allows everybody to have a stake at the table and address a lot of the key issues that can save the city a lot of money. Also, this allows you all to be able to select the technology you'd like to be able to have implemented across the city. We prefer 2 key meter manufacturers that are the 2 biggest in the industry. We prefer that because of accuracy, essentially a proven install base, and a lot of the technology that they have that is very, very applicable to a city that has a lot of complex problems. It will allow you all to be able to address so many different issues across the city. But right now, with basic mechanical meters, you can't see exactly what's going on. There's a lot of guesswork that ends up going on. We're really, really trying to drive at getting rid of that guesswork. Once we built that business case or feasibility study, whichever is the most applicable nomenclature that you all use, we then move into essentially a letter of authorization or a formalized contract that allows us to be able to, with you all, build out the construction plan, start ordering materials, start mobilizing a lot of the labor, and then also work with your bond company, because of the fact that this is essentially a revenue bond that would be self-financing. Because of the fact there's actually a revenue component, you're not just taking out money to stick somewhere. We don't want this to be a revenue suck. We want this to be an asset that actually generates revenue, or it recoups essentially economic losses. and then move forward in a very, very informed fashion, letting all the citizens of Fort Smith know exactly what you're doing and maximizing the effective benefit of a project like this, because right now you all are in a very, very opportune time to be able to do a project like this, both financially, from a technological standpoint, and then just some of the issues that are currently facing the city. This is the first one that needs to be addressed. We'd love to be a part of the follow-on projects, but this is a kind of a preeminent need for the city to be able to have addressed. I already talked a little bit about the results of the study. Leak detection is one of the biggest ones that we see, and also proper deployment of your assets. Rather than having people continually driving around in trucks, looking at meters that you can't read or can't read until you're walking up to them. There's a lot of redeployable assets and optimization that you all can use for your existing infrastructure to optimize cost, move things around in the most effective manner. It gives you a lot of discretion to be able to handle citywide issues. It's also going to be a large cost avoidance, so you're not going to be continually replacing meters on a programmatic basis. We're going to do this all in one swath. We're going to upgrade the existing internet infrastructure, whether it be Wi-Fi or cellular, because you do have certain ones where some of the townships, some of the unincorporated areas, and some of the smaller towns are currently customers of Fort Smith. We need to come up with a very, very thoughtful approach in terms of how we recognize that revenue, how we maximize the benefit of this, and then what your billing structure looks like. Because now you can properly bill for what is actually being used rather than what you think. And then for project considerations, once we'd actually move forward through that business case, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how this gets implemented. A few ideas have been bandied about, starting with the north side, moving to the south side, and then the rest of the surrounding areas. How do you address the communities outside the city? How do you address a lot of the commercial and industrial outfits that are currently benefiting the city through both labor and also just tax base? How does this apply to any sort of potential consent orders that have been applied? Because now you can see what you're making on the water side, how that's being distributed, and what is that delta between the two. You can actually see exactly what's going on, and allows you to make a lot more informed decisions even after this has been implemented. And then addressing a lot of the existing conditions that you may or may not know are out there. Broken water lines that you never knew were there because the leaks were so slow.
Director Settle, I think Director Settle has a question.
Oh, I got a few comments. I'll let them finish up. If you,
Yes, sir.
Okay, continue. You may go ahead.
you can finish up, and then I'll ask a question at the end.
Great. I'm done.
That's good. That's good. You're looking at going to Badger or Neptune, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long should the meters last if they're put in the ground?
Typically, the meters are about 20 to 25 years.
Okay. How accuracy are the meters going to be? I want to ask the really question is, what's the gauge R&R of these? Do we have that data for those meters?
What's the right way to say this? That is a conversation we probably need to have in a different setting.
But that should be, the public should know what the reliability and repeatability of,
Yes,
of those meters are.
Less than 1% inaccuracy.
Are they to a tier system or to the gallons?
It is actually in the gallons.
To the gallons. How are these connected? You talked about not physical connection, but you talked about not. You don't have to go out there and read them. How are they physically connected to the cloud and the internet? Do the city's got to put an internet infrastructure in there, or do we have a cellular system we got to put in there, and these are tied to those? How are they physically connected? Or remotely connected? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. That's a fair question. The easiest way to say it is it's just like your house on a Wi-Fi router. It's the exact same thing. We have to do what's called a propagation study, where we see exactly what can be served through Wi-Fi and what can be served through cellular.
Well, so I'm trying to get to this. So. Is the city going to be tied to the meters, or is the resident going to be tied to the meters and the city sees it through the resident's Wi-Fi?
It's the latter. It's not on their Wi-Fi, it is on the city.
So the city will have to put a Wi-Fi infrastructure to read this through the system?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to think about every road, every neighborhood will have to have a Wi-Fi access point.
So there are going to be Wi-Fi repeaters essentially laid out throughout the city, at kind of key areas that have a decent elevation profile to make sure that cast is long enough. These are just dedicated to the meters.
Well, call me, I've heard this before. I think DeRay and George heard the last meter replacement. Person came in and said, we're losing water, these will gain revenue. Same key points you brought up, and I thought about, I've heard this before.
Yeah, me too.
No offense, but Director Martin and I were here talking, we got like a third left to replace, and now you're talking about wholesale changing all the meters again. That's hard for me to think. And now I'm hearing
Millions
about,
of dollars,
and now I'm
millions
hearing
and
and thinking
millions of
about a Wi-Fi network laying on top of that to read these. Man, there's got to be a good rate of return.
And that's up to us to prove.
Because I mean, we can go back to the last time they came in. George remembers, and so is Dre. It's just you talk about losing, but yet we heard that before, and we went from these meters to these better accuracy meters that had drive-by. Now you're talking about no drive-by, but then I think the infrastructure for the network is going to be the bigger piece, because I'm assuming these meters are probably about $1,000 a piece, roughly.
No, they're a little less than that.
Okay, so 20 years at $1,000, that's $50 a month, or $50 a year for the meter cost. And if you bond, you're talking about doing them all at one time. So you want to bond them all and replace them all at one time.
That would be the plan, with the financial case to be able to back that up.
Yeah.
So that's where these are fair questions that you're asking. With regard to the drive-by meters, that was 10, 15 years ago. That was the kind of go-to technology. You get to have the guys going through. This will actually allow the citizens and the city to have control over what's actually going on with their water distribution.
Yeah, my thought is I'll just be honest, maybe I skip this one and go to the next one, because my thinking is Starlink going to be the next version where you don't have to build the network and you can read it through Starlink, and that way it's all remote, and I don't have to worry about this version because I have to build the Wi-Fi network. I can wait till the Starlink network, and then that way I save myself or a cellular connection. So I'll be interested to hear what other directors' comments are, but I appreciate your honesty, and thank you very much.
I appreciate the questions.
Director Christina Casavage.
Actually, Director Settle asked my question about the infrastructure for the wireless, but I would like to thank you for your service. I heard you say you were a Marine, so thank you for serving.
Director Neil Martin.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. In terms of implementing this, all that's associated with this in towns of similar size, what kind of dollars are we looking at?
It all depends on the technology. There's been some.
Just give me can you give me a range of maybe based on lowest technology, highest technology?
Lowest technology installed. And we're going to go on public record
here. This would be including the
totally installed. Everything going into it.
Connectivity, all that kind of stuff.
$1,100 to $1,500 a meter installed with service agreement and everything else into it.
So a little over 11,000.
1,100. 1,100 to 1,500 per meter installed, but it depends on what's being applied.
Okay, and that includes the wireless mesh, whatever.
Yes.
Whatever the reading component. Okay. Can these be shut off?
Yes, they can.
Remotely?
Yes, they can.
So the city could shut it off at offices down here on 634 Garrison or whatever the address is?
They could. It gives broad discretion in terms of how not only pressure losses, but shutting off for non-payment. So if someone falls 90 days behind in their bill, 120 days behind in their bill, whatever the case is, it can be shut off. But as soon as that bill is paid and revenue is recognized, it can immediately be shut on instead of waiting for a truck to go out and roll, incurring those costs. You can automatically turn it back on.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Levon Morton.
Okay, I've got a few questions. So if I just do the math on 1,100 times 38,000, that's 42 million or so, right? Okay, so how would we, just jumping right to the main point, how do these things get financed? Because I understand that's part of the package or in the whole contract. How do these things get financed?
So the easiest way to say it is the city is always going to borrow at a better rate than we will. It would be a standard revenue bond with a payback component that's typically associated with it. that says, here is roughly what we're seeing as the revenue potential.
Okay, so while Director Martin's out, I'm going to save a couple of questions. But so what's the largest city that you, just off the top of your head, that you've done in terms of square miles that you had to put these repeaters in? We're about 65 square miles.
We did the city of Lexington, Kentucky, and it ran off of 8 Wi-Fi repeaters. They were all on an elevated tower.
Oh, so 8, you did it with 8? Okay, really, and is it similar in population? We're about 100,000.
Yep. And the nice part is what we're talking about, and this is not a citywide wireless infrastructure. It is a citywide wireless infrastructure solely dedicated to these meters. This isn't something somebody can start streaming Netflix on.
So, and is the software in the cloud for this? Okay.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Have you ever done, well, all right, have you ever done this project? Everybody, I want to know the answer to this question. Have you ever done this project for a city where it did not result in additional revenue?
No.
Not a single time?
No. Everything fails. Everything fails and degrades. There's always at least a, what's the right way to say this? It has, the cost has to justify the benefit. If you're not over 15% inaccurate readings, we're wasting our time.
In the cases you've done, not a single case has there ever been where there wasn't additional revenue?
No.
Because the old mechanical meters tend to...
Yep. Regardless of if you switched over to the AMI, which is the standard anymore, whether you went from mechanical to mechanical, just doing a newer meter, you're still going to get the same kind of efficacy. You're just not going to be able to measure it properly. You're just going to see output and usage. That's it. With this, it is, you're putting in a piece of technology that's allowing you all to be able to really drill down and say, what is this property using? How are we appropriately providing resources? And then how do you manage from the water source? Mechanical meter to mechanical meter, if it's been in the ground for 10, 15 years, it's going to degrade.
Right.
Not only in efficacy.
So basically, every time you've done this project, every city's seen an increase in revenue.
Has to.
Out of how many
All right,
cities?
now hold on. I want Director Martin to hear this.
Just doing the math. Just doing the math.
Yeah, 40 million, 42 million.
Well, it was just, I was looking at that versus plus the interest on the bond, plus, and then looking at what that would cost each homeowner every year.
So in your, well, obviously, you're not going to be able to issue bonds for greater than the amount that the loss you identify will finance.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And the average, you think it's 15%?
So you're not really talking a project unless there's at least 12 to 15% inaccuracy that's actually fundamentally measured.
You're not talking about what? Doing a project?
It's doing a project. It has to be able to financially justify.
You wouldn't do this unless there was at least 12 to 15%.
Yeah, roughly.
Inaccuracy and increase in revenue.
Mm-hmm. And this, there's qualitative and quantitative benefits to doing a project like this. And this is where, how do I say this the proper way? We're at step one. Everything that I'm going to give you all as soon as we finish our evaluation is, this is what we found. And it's up to the board to be able to sit down and say, does this make sense for the city? Here's the inaccuracies that we've seen, not only for the meters that are 30 plus years old, but even the ones you stuck in the ground 10 years ago.
Okay, so
does it make sense?
In every case you've ever done, the city found a shortfall of revenue.
Yes.
And how many times did they move forward with the install of the electronic meters?
There's been issues where certain cities' bond rating has fallen less than an A. Those typically don't move because you have to have bondability and you have to be able to justify it.
What's our rating right now?
A.
A. All right, great.
You all are in a perfect position right now to be able to do a project like this, provided that it makes financial sense.
Okay, so if you think of the first cities you ever did, how long ago was that?
12 years.
How many years?
12 years.
12 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And how big is the sample that you do to do your projection?
For this city, most likely we're going to be taking a look at anywhere between 400 to 600 of the meters, especially since they're, and not to not to say there's a lot of differences, but there's a kind of a hodgepodge of manufacturers that have been installed here in Fort Smith. We want to sample at least a portion of every one of those, so you all see what kind of inaccuracies you're realizing throughout the city.
Okay, so this would enable centralized meter reading, and it would, in theory, eliminate the issue we have right now where there's this whole group of people that go through and look for meters, the readings that don't make any sense, and then we send people out in trucks to look at the meter and sometimes to just look to make sure it's there and mark a blue X on top. I've seen those, 2 people in a truck driving around doing that. So there's a lot of manpower plus the truck, the cost of driving the vehicles around. So now I would say, though, just right off the top of my head, 15% loss on our revenue base is $125,000 a month or something like that, just on residential. So that's about $1.5 million a year. So $1.5 million a year would not, you'd have to go really long. It wouldn't cover $42 million. $1.5 million a year wouldn't. It would have to be greater than that.
And this point right now, if I were to give an answer, I'm essentially feeling my way around in the dark because we don't have the data yet. This is, the reason for this conversation, honestly, is you all are in a very, very advantageous to the city's position to be able to evaluate looking at this. We're not sitting here negotiating a contract back and forth. We need to go out and see what you have, because every one of the issues and every one of the answers that we get in terms of what the city's infrastructure looks like says you all should be a good candidate for this. You may not be, and that'd be a great situation. The vast majority of what we've seen, anytime you hear meters have been in the ground for 30 years, we've had issues with certain manufacturers not being able to execute, which is a warranty issue that we'll talk about as we go through this process. Right now, it's like buying a house sight unseen. You need to see the economics. You need to see what you're dealing with, and we need the
and
data
as
for a
the
very
material,
simple start.
if you do this work and we decide not to proceed, we owe you $34,000.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? And that's all.
Yep.
That's all. So what's the largest percentage water loss you identified in any city?
43%.
43%. Okay, so one of the things that I would say that we all need to remember is we thought back in the summer we took a stab. We took a stab at how much water we're losing, and the number that we came up with was 30%, and it's supposed to be 15%. Well, if that 15% is because the meters aren't reading properly, this would be a way to capture that. And if it's higher than 15%, it works a lot better. So that's all the questions I have. So.
Okay. Director George Cassavage.
Director Settle and Andre and I, we've been on the board a long time, and we've heard, I'm skeptical like the rest of them.
As you should be.
And years ago, we swapped out our mechanical meters for electronic meters on the premise that it was good they were going to capture the water that wasn't being read from the mechanical and increase revenue. I've never seen any revenue increase. And then I don't know, how was it, $10 million, Lance, for those meters?
So first of all, we swapped out mechanical for mechanical, but we had the AMR to where people could drive around. The issue was we swapped out, under the old administration, the newest meters first and left the oldest meters in the ground.
Yeah.
So where we expected to see our largest revenue increase, those are still the older meters.
But where's the revenue increase? Is it showing up in utilities?
I mean,
here we are wanting to raise people's rates, and I'm trying to figure out if we're making bad investments.
And I understand that. And this is a study to determine if we want to make a further investment. That's all this is that we're doing. Is phase one is a study to have a business case to bring to the board for this board to say, yes, this makes sense, or no, this doesn't make sense, and thank you for your time.
And then what?
And then if you guys say no, that's it.
But the new ones we put in, you have to be replaced in 10 years, correct?
They are coming to the end of their lifespan.
Lifetime. See,
Yeah,
none of us were ever told that when we agreed to it.
Well, and I'm sorry.
And I voted against that. I mean,
I remember. I remember
yeah.
conversations you and I had on the phone
Yeah.
after that when Mr. Walters was still here.
so in 10 years, we're going to need another millions of dollars.
No, because the ones that we're looking at going to, instead of being mechanical, are ultrasonic.
Meaning?
It means it uses sound to determine. It's very, very precise measurement. It utilizes both Badger, Neptune, several other manufacturers.
So why didn't we do that years ago?
Some of it was the fact that the cost, because it was brand new technology 10 years ago when we started some of this. Again, I wasn't making decisions at that time. Mr. Gefkin wasn't here at that time to kind of make those decisions. In fact, I'd even say our former internal auditor asked the question why we didn't go to ultrasonic meters, because they are so accurate and they have a 20-year lifespan. And what's nice about those, most of them will have because they have a battery that they utilize.
Yeah.
They will, for a residential meter, have a 20-year lifespan. Usually the last 5 years is prorated, kind of like you would a car battery or a tire. And you end up getting something out of it. So usually you end up replacing those during the prorate time, and it's, you get 80% of what it's worth, or 60% what it's worth, and you get a new meter. One of the things about Badger is if you replace the meter, their warranty, their guarantee is if I replace a meter that I bought 7 years ago today, and they say, yep, you have to have a new meter, it's a brand new 20-year warranty on it. It starts over, and that's some of the things that we need to look at, whereas the manufacturer that was chosen back several years ago, which was, again, a mechanical meter, was, hey, when you buy it, your time starts ticking, and at the end of that time frame, you're out of luck.
I just want to make sure that we're going to be in a position to increase revenue because of water loss, whatever, than just raising rates on people.
Exactly.
I don't think that's fair to the people.
And you're right, and that's why we're looking at doing this study, because here, I don't want to throw a bunch of money away if it doesn't make sense.
I don't either. Nobody does.
So, if you go back and you and Director Settle and Director Good will remember back years ago when we did budgets, before we had Tyler Munis in place for operations, which I was over, I brought a business case for the entire budget for operations. You actually had this dollar amount for this, and this is what it covers.
Yeah.
This is the exact same thing. This is looking at, does this make financial sense? And if the answer is no, then I expect the board to say no. And in fact, administration may just tell the board, this doesn't make financial sense. We're not even going to bring it anymore. Thank you for your service. And we move on. If it does make financial sense, it comes to the board for your vote. This isn't a contract. All we're looking at right now is the study.
I'll be honest, for $34,000.
Yeah. And then from the study, we get a business case, which is really what decisions should be made off of. I know Director Martin loves data. We'll have lots of data to make those decisions and move forward. So that's kind of where we're at.
Let me ask you one more question. So, so this is going to eliminate truck charges for meter shutoffs, which means the truck doesn't have to go out and shut the meter off.
If we put in the meters that have the automatic valving, yes.
And then you can turn them back on automatically.
We can, or we can have someone go out. I will tell you, there is one issue I have personally with turning meters back on.
What?
I like to know somebody's at the house, because if somebody left their faucet on and they say, yeah, it's okay, turn it back on, then they're going to scream, well, my faucet was on and I didn't use that money or that water and I shouldn't be billed for it. So it allows us to make sure that if we're turning the water back on, someone is there to make sure that there isn't a broken pipe.
So in theory, this would save the city money.
But it will save money. One thing it will save, and we talked about rereads. I believe Director Morton, were you the one that brought up the rereads?
About people driving around in trucks.
Well, so we actually analyze all the reads to look for anomalies. This downloads into the system on a daily basis. People will see their water usage on a daily basis. For those of you that have asked for a meter log, and we don't do a lot of meter logs because it takes a lot of time. I have to send people out in the field, they have to hook into the meter, download it, go back and do it. Everybody will have a meter log of their daily usage, and it goes back for a
Okay,
period of time.
is that in CCF or gallons?
Here is the thing that the board can decide.
It's got to be
if we
one or
get-
the other.
Well, here's the thing that the board can decide when we get to the end of this study. If we decide to go forward and the board decides we're tired of CCF because that is confusing as heck.
748 gallons?
Yep.
Okay.
But say you want to go to 1,000 gallons like everyone else in the state except for Central Arkansas Water and Fort Smith. That's the only two I know. I personally know, there may be others, but that's the only two that are using CCF. If this board decides we want all the new meters to go in as 1,000-gallon meters, when we change them out as 1,000-gallon meters. So then if you're comparing Van Buren, Greenwood, Northwest Arkansas, Alma, whoever you're comparing in this region, we're all comparing apples to apples instead of having to sit there and do a calculation to determine what is their bill compared to ours, because they're in 1,000 gallons and we're in CCF.
So it's up to the board to determine.
If we were to do that process of switching it out, if it makes financial sense.
Because everybody asks me, well, it's one CCF. They don't know.
Yep, and I understand. And I'll be truthful with you, I don't know why we use CCF. That predates me, I think, even living in Arkansas, which was 1984.
Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Sir, I apologize, sir. I didn't want to take your time.
Appreciate the dialogue.
Yeah, thank
on
you.
this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Director Kevin Settle, and then Director Christina Cassatt.
Christina, you want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Thank you. Lance, why aren't we doing this testing ourselves already? We've got a testing bench. Why aren't we just going around and pulling random samples?
Because we are busy testing meters that are going into the ground, and we are basically working to, my staff is working as fast as they can on test bench to test meters that we pull out, because people will say, my meter's wrong and I want it tested. So we have that. This will give us the ability to have a non-biased, because that's the other aspect, having a third party come in and choose those meters removes experimental bias, which is a very dangerous thing. Because if I know that, and I'll use Badger meters usually are good for more than 20 years, and I really am tired and don't feel like I really want to switch out a whole bunch of meters, I know which Badger meters are the newest ones, and I'm going to pull those and I'm going to test them, and oh look, they're good. So this removes a lot of the experimental bias that sometimes you don't even realize you have that experimental bias when you're doing the experiment.
So we have, for our system, it's what, about 33% leakage? And a system our size and age should be around 20, is that right?
20 would be a good number for us. We always aim for 15, but 20 is a reasonable amount.
Is this part of the strategy to reduce that leakage?
To reduce the unaccounted for water, yes.
Okay, and then my question for the gentleman is, how many cities have these type of meters? How many have you done?
I've done a significant amount. I'd say honestly 60% of the cities across the U.S. have switched over to AMI if they have the financial means. We can go through a whole list, and this is what's going to be interesting as we move through this. This is a two-part system. As we're going through and evaluating all the meters and the inefficiencies that we find, we're also going to be bringing in the two manufacturers that have honestly been selected by the city and we prefer for interview processes, to be able to talk about their installed base, where they make sense, so you get to make informed decisions and pick which one makes the most sense for the board and for leadership.
So I know when Director Morton asked you how many cities have you had that haven't saved money, you said 0. Out of how many cities?
So in terms of save money, they always make up lost revenue. That's kind of I don't want to say this is nebulous, but they're saving money and being able to pay for a project.
Out of how many cities? Ballpark.
Measured 20 to 30. Most of the time it is hey, we need we need an AMI infrastructure. Let's go out, send out an RFP to these manufacturers, figure out the labor on the backside, and install it because we know we have leakage. And sometimes they test, sometimes they don't, and sometimes they have the ability to take out a revenue bond. This is honestly a different approach that allows you all to be able to make a really, really informed decision before you even pull the trigger for an RFP.
So what I'm trying to get at is how common are these meters around the country? You know, how
those are the two biggest manufacturers. They have 70% of the.
I think she's talking about ultrasonic.
Oh, for ultrasonic? Ultrasonic's been adopted on a fairly wide scale basis.
So like these specific meters that we're looking at, do we know how many cities have utilized them?
I can get that from both Badger and Neptune in terms of their total install base because I didn't do them all.
Okay, but
Does that,
you've done about 20 to 30?
Oh, I've done a significant amount of these. What I mean for the install base is you're also going to get my, how do I say this the right way? You're going for the two biggest manufacturers that are out there. I didn't install all those. They will be able to tell you exactly how many meters they have in the ground and in service right now. They're at the blend between mechanical, just basic read, and then ultrasonic. I don't know their mix.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, you're speaking on your experience. I'm trying to figure out how broad is your experience.
I've done projects in Florida, California, did one in Virginia a good while ago.
Would these be cities of similar size?
It depends. Some of them are smaller and a couple of them are larger.
So what does significant mean?
20% larger. Oh, significant size, 20,000 meters and above.
Significant numbers. Like you see, I think the question was, how many of these have you done? You said significant. How many projects like this have you done?
Myself?
Yeah.
14.
14. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Director Kevin Settle.
Thank you, Mayor. Somebody sent me a text who's watching this and asked me a question. I think it's a good question. What cybersecurity do we have on these? If they're going to be tied to the network, and we know that people are getting hacked, cities are getting hacked. I think we had another city in the state of Arkansas get hacked. What's the cybersecurity protection? Because now you're going through Wi-Fi, through a city network that there's some dark, people on the dark web can probably hack stuff pretty good. So what's the cybersecurity impact?
Typically, it's whatever Microsoft Azure is running, especially if you're using that as the backbone. A lot of times we use T-Mobile for cellular. So
I hope that if the board decides that James has a big place in this, because, he just said it, could somebody just turn the meters off? I mean, you can't say yes or no, can you?
No, I can't.
You can't tell me
no.
no.
There's no way to guarantee that.
There's no guarantee.
So I've dealt with cities, I've dealt with commercial enterprises, and especially in a past life on the oil and gas side, and I've seen operations get completely shut down with the highest level of security. There's no way to guarantee it.
And one shutdown loses all the revenue you thought you get.
No, so that's where it gets different.
Okay.
Unless they are able to fundamentally shut the meter off, it defaults to the baseline setting just like a standard mechanical meter.
Okay.
And it'll continue to log. It just won't have the connection going to it unless somebody's going in and being a bad actor.
So the only thing I'm going to go ahead.
And if I may, they would have to have account numbers and passcode. It does use multi-factor authentication to do that. One other thing, I don't mean to interrupt you, Director Settle. The reason we chose, in the talks, looking at Badger and Neptune, is one other thing we wanted was somebody that's made in the United States, so that we have a known quality control, not someone that's made in China and then shipped in and sold in the U.S. So that is, I believe, Badger is in Georgia, and the other's in Texas. Yeah, Neptune's in Texas. So, we're not talking about, overseas companies either. So therefore, we actually have the ability, if we need more meters, parts, anything like that, we can get the support locally.
I mean, the only thing I want to bring up is a couple years ago, MGM network got hacked, and it was down for 2 weeks, and they lost billions of dollars. And nobody thought their system was impenetrable, and it was. So I think anything else will have to have cybersecurity. The last thing is, I'm sitting over doing the basic math based on what you said. 35,000 residential customers, $1,300 average installation, 15 years after it's prorated, probably 1.3 multiplier for the 30% on top of it for rate for the interest. Ends up being about $100 to $110 a year per resident that we'd have to see a rate revenue increase just to pay for the meters. So why would I want to go spend all that money to theoretically raise everybody's rates $100+ just to break even on the meters? You think you'd have to see a gain to do this, and all right, it's got to be something. So I'm struggling with revenue enhancement means people are using water, so they're going to pay, so the bill's going to go up higher. And that's what you're actually going to do is you're going to say, hey, through this meter, you're actually 10% less, so now your new meter is going to be 10% higher, so your bill is going to be theoretically 10% higher. I'm using an example.
So being an economics guy, it's what's the water worth?
Yeah.
If it's okay to be able to have those inaccuracies because you don't want bills to go up for unrealized revenue.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's just that I'm struggling with spending all that money and having theoretically $100 per year just to pay back the meter cost. Thank you.
Director Neil Martin was next in the queue.
Lance, how much have we budgeted for AMI in the CPI? Yeah, the CPI.
In the CIP.
Sorry. CIP.
That's all right.
It didn't sound right coming out of my mouth.
So we have not put a year on that.
But you put the money on it. You put the money in there.
Yeah, I put the dollar amount in there,
What was
and
that?
and I would have to go pull that because there are so many. I will tell you that those numbers that were in there were for the most expensive at cost AMI that we found at the time, as well as ultrasonic meters. And one of the things that this project, if it makes financial sense, allows us to do is to negotiate a better price.
Okay. Do we think a majority of our water loss is at the meter? I mean, because if this would only register loss at the meter.
I would say the majority. I wouldn't say all of it.
I mean,
I would say the 27-inch, which we are putting the meters in to see what's leaving the plants and what's hitting in town. So we'll
the distribution.
Before it goes into distribution. So that's the transmission line. We can see what we're losing on the 27-inch and everything on the transmission line. That work is going to happen very shortly. They're delayed in getting the meter to us. And then the other portion, large portion, is going to be inaccurate meters.
Okay. I mean, I think it does make sense to know what that is coming from the 100-year-old 27-inch water transmission line. Come down here, I would think that there's probably significant loss there. I just want to make sure that if we were to move forward on this, that we're going to get the bang for our buck. Because, we talked about 35% water loss. And Ms. Kim, that accounts to 6 million CCF per year. That's the loss we're dealing with. I mean, I don't want to spend $40 some odd million when it's the recovery is not going to be as great if it's loss at the meter.
Right, and again, that's where the financial plan and whether or not it goes in.
So just one more, before you get, one more time, because maybe not a lot of these people were here. When we had our first meeting about water rates at Creekmore Park, we talked about unaccounted for water.
Yes.
And I've said that's revenue, that's revenue that is not being generated by the city. And other people said that's waste. We're wasting money, or at least we're water that leaks down the street. That's costing everybody money. The answer to that, or what the city has said, is no, that's not the case. Can you explain that here for everybody to hear?
So part of the unaccounted for water, and I appreciate you using that term instead of water loss.
Right.
Unaccounted for water is going to be fire flows. So Bricktown.
Right.
We have no idea how much water was needed to put that fire out. We can estimate through what went through the truck, but here again, we don't know. So we have fire flows. When we flush flush hydrants.
Nobody's paying for that water
Correct.
that we're using.
That's built into the rate.
Okay.
The part that is, if it doesn't go through a meter, it's not lost revenue because the meters are the cash register. So that's where we're at with the unaccounted for water. To your point with the 27-inch water line, yes, if we had all of that replaced or it was not, if we knew that it was, pardon the pun, watertight, that would be great because you're not having a loss of water. But there is going to be an amount, and thank you, Director Christina Casavas, for knowing the AWWA standard for our size city and age of city. 20% is pretty much standard because you're going to have leaks. We had the line break last week from the lightning striking a water line and blowing it apart. That's unaccounted for water loss. So there's going to be some of that because it was never going to be used at that 20%.
And so what we say, or what the city says, is water loss is accounted for in the rate.
Up to a certain point.
Up to a certain point.
Because you don't sit there and say, okay, I've got a 50% water loss, and there is actually a city in Arkansas that had a 55% unaccounted for water.
Okay.
And you're not going to sit there and jack rates up 55% and say, well, that's to cover the water loss.
But that's baked in. That's water loss or unaccounted for water is baked in.
To a certain extent is baked in, yeah.
But we can all agree that water that's running down the street from a leaky pipe somewhere is water that does not make it to the meter.
Correct.
For revenue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing I will mention, and we were talking about revenue source. Right now we have about $1 million a year or so that we write off in leak adjustments because, and this board, I fully understand why you said it. We're behind in the billing aspect of, the water that's billed in October was actually what was used in September. So if you had a leak that developed in September, how would you know until you got your bill in October? With AMI, two things are allowed to happen. Number one, from the day of meter read to the day the bill goes out is a shorter period of time because you don't have to have the rereads. You don't have to have all of the safety mechanisms. Those are built in. You're actually being proactive. If I have a meter that shows no read, and that's actually a thing that you will get even with the AMR. We drive by, it doesn't pick up. We have to send somebody back out there to read it after the fact. Well, before the bill date, we have a meter that says there's no read. It could be something happened, somebody cut the line or what have you. We go out proactively to fix that and address it so that when the bill date comes, the read date comes, we can read it, we can process it, and then we can bill that out. And we can get down to 5 to 7 days like AOG and OG&E does on theirs because they're using AMI for their reads. It also, going back to the leak adjustments for people, because they have access to that, this board can say, hey, now that you know when the leak occurs, you can set mine's 4 to 5 CCF. That's what I use, my wife and I use. If I go over 5 CCF, I want to be notified because that tells me something's wrong, I've got a leak or something. People can do that, or if it shows a run for a certain period of time, 6 hours at 1 to 2 however many gallons or CCF, it will notify that person who has the app that, hey, you have a potential leak. That's $1 million plus that we could regain because we're not writing it off because it's going through the meter, but the customer didn't know. And again, the board made that decision. I fully understand that decision. But this allows more accountability for everyone in that aspect.
Thank you. Director Rigo.
Thank you. So questions and comments, I suppose, for Lance initially. Lance, is it fair to say that given the fact that no mechanical mechanism or machine lasts forever, we have a need to update our meter infrastructure?
Yes.
And that's always going to be, because of the scope and scale of our community, a semi-regular / somewhat ongoing need that we should anticipate, rather than just, our up to the present mentality, which has been to just sort of run things into the ground until they fail, and then, you have a gigantic bill or a big outage to fix. And given that the statistic that was shared with us, so you agree with the premise that we need to upgrade our meters and be prepared for that as a semi-regular thing moving forward. Is that accurate to say? And is it also accurate to say that given all of the various choices of meters that exist out in the world, I mean, there's probably not as many as you'd think, but is the statement that was made earlier accurate that somewhere around 60% of municipalities in the country use some sort of AMI technology?
Yes.
And so is it also accurate to say that what we're actually contemplating here this evening and in the near future, sounds like pending some paperwork, that we're actually being asked to consider, because of course there's lots of what ifs and negative conclusions that can be jumped to on incomplete information. What we're being asked to consider is the spending of $34,000, which represents somewhere around 4% of 1 month of residential revenue in your department, 1 month, to get actual complete information or more complete information to make a more complete decision. And is it accurate?
Yes.
And so from my perspective, I would say we have a experienced, credible Marine who's put a plan in front of us, and I think that it's worth very much moving forward with this study so that we can make the best informed decision. Thank you.
Director LaVon Morton.
I agree with all the points that Director Rigo made, but I would also ask this, the revenue under the new rates average, if you took it out over a year, $850,000 or so a month for residential, okay? But, so what do we do at, I think I can ask Lance this question. Lance, okay. I assume the water that goes to Van Buren and Barling and Mountainburg and all those run through meters as well.
Yes.
So would we change those as well?
Yes.
So we would change those from mechanical meters subject to mismeasurement to these electronic meters, which are much less subject to mismeasurement. And we could get a lot of revenue out of that because if you count industrial, commercial, and other cities, that's 70% of our revenue. Now, would we include industrial and commercial meters in this also?
Eventually, we would switch those from mechanical to the ultrasonic. The nice thing about those are they are larger meters. The larger ultrasonic meters actually have a battery pack, so they actually have an extended life, and we can change those ourselves.
Okay, so what about Van Buren, the meters for Van Buren and Barling and that sort of thing?
We would change those out to ultrasonic. Those would belong to us. We would have the AMI technology on those. Again, those are larger meters that we could service ourselves. But at the same time, Barling would be able to see exactly what their usage was, right. Van Buren, which is very important because one of the things that we will be doing as we begin to upgrade, and I say upgrade, issue new contracts with our contract water users, is there is a maximum daily amount and a peak daily amount that they're allowed. This will actually allow us to measure that to see if they exceed it because there's a surcharge if they do. However, right now, all we can do is see what their full usage was for a month because of the meters that we have. And although that's built in, we really can't determine that if they've exceeded that hourly max. And that's when we would be pumping more, and that's why it would cost more, just like we'll be talking about in the next item.
Okay, now a question for Mr. Johnston. So in your experience with respect to these large meters that say we would use for water going to another city, in your experience, are those also likely to be under reading as well if they're mechanical? Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So on the upside, we're under billing. I mean, we would capture the under billing for all of the other cities and the industrial and commercial customers, as well as the relatively small dollars we collect from our residential customers. Okay, Mr. Johnson, if from, let's say and basically, I think we're going to have a 20% loss on residential, but if you throw in commercial, industrial, and other cities, these numbers might work at 15%, because we've all been looking at residential only, which is again a very small piece of our overall revenue. So if we're going to put these in all the locations, and the likelihood is that there's under reading on any mechanical meter at these that's of some age, then I think there's a potential to capture revenue from these other cities that we're not capturing, and that could be part of the excess loss as well, because we're measuring it when it comes out of the treatment plant, right, versus how many gallons we're billing, how many CCF. So from the date that we say, okay, we've got the money, we've issued the bonds or whatever, what's the install period for this? Is it a year, 2 years? How long does it take?
For a project this size, anywhere between 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months?
Just depends on
Okay,
access
6 to 9
and
months.
manpower availability.
So in less than a year, we'd have all these new meters in place and we'd be capturing that revenue, okay?
And I don't want to overly simplify. I don't want to overly simplify this. We're essentially talking about a Ford F-150 compared to a Tesla, moving parts and no moving parts.
Say that again.
Mechanical meters you can associate with a Ford F-150. Something that's a lot of brute force, continual moving parts, friction's always wearing it down to the point
compared
where,
to a Tesla, I think you said,
where
yeah.
you replace the tires because there's no moving parts in the engine.
Okay, and as I understand it, I know on OG&E, you can look any day of the month, I think, and you see what electricity you've used. You also get an alert that says, based on where you are in the middle of the month, your bill's going to be $75, $100, whatever. So we would have the same ability with this if the person downloads the app.
Absolutely. Okay. The other nice part is the readings are not typically pulled daily. They're anywhere between 15 to 30 minutes. Those kind of intervals where there's a data dump back to the main billing.
Wow.
So you know exactly what's happening, and it's not going to be waiting until the next day to see if you bumped up a tier.
Okay, so I would just ask the board members who are skeptical maybe to remember these outside cities. And at a minimum, even if it comes back that the residential sample doesn't work, we need to put these meters on these outside cities. Okay? That's all I've got.
Director Christina Casavage.
So Director Morton actually said a lot of what I wanted to say. It seems like we are always laser focused on the Fort Smith residents, and we're arguably the smallest piece of the usage. I mean, it's less than 30%. My question is, why aren't we more focused on commercial, industrial, and outside users? Why not start there? Like, why are we always putting it on the backs of our citizens here?
For one thing, we don't have the meter bench can go up to a 2-inch meter. A lot of our commercial, industrial, and our contract water users have a 4-inch meter or larger, and we do not have a test bench that can test that.
But you just said earlier we're not using our test bench to do these randomized tests anyway.
We are using that test bench every day. It's maxed out with the tests that we're running on meters before they go into the ground and meters that we've taken out of the ground to have, a customer says, my meter can't be right. And I make the decision, the board member asks, can we get their meter tested? And I make the decision, yes, we'll go ahead and test that. We've run a data log, we'll go ahead and test the meter. That meter has to be worked in because we're still putting in new meters. And those meters, we want to test to make sure they're accurate because we don't want to put an inaccurate meter in the ground and have more problems. So we're running that bench a lot. And when I say a lot, I know that when we have 2 people that can do it, if one's sick and one's on vacation, we immediately start getting a backlog. So we are testing the residential ones, and we'll be utilizing our test bench for a good portion of this discovery process.
So I'll just say I would be in favor of this for outside users, and we need to look at updating our commercial and industrial, but I don't want to move forward for anything with the Fort Smith citizens for right now. Thank you.
Director Kevin Settle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Lance? So LaVon brought up the outside users, so did Christina. So it comes to me, why don't we do a pilot program? We have 11 outside users, right? 11 cities that we supply. 13. Why don't we do a pilot program where we took the new meter and the old meter and put them in parallel, read them together, and so we really understand the accuracy of these meters. You can use the CAC from the supplier, right? Certificate of certificates. If they truly believe these meters are the way to go, run the pilot program while you're doing this other stuff, figuring everything's out, to prove how much revenue we're truly losing from outside services. You can choose the old meter and the new meter in the same line. This one reads X, this one reads Y, and we'll know how accurate they are.
The issue may come up that the meter vault will not hold 2 meters.
Then we dig another hole and put another meter vault.
Okay, that's usually about $40,000 for a meter vault.
Well,
I'm just saying.
If you're asking us to spend $49+ million for new meters, I think there's a way to figure out.
All I'm asking tonight is for the study to be done.
I get that, but I'm also trying to say, hate to go do all this work and have an opportunity to change a couple meters out and see how accurate they truly are on our wholesale users. That's all I'm thinking about. Thank you.
Director Neil Martin.
Quick question, just a quick question. So we talked about adding meters to the outside users, or to the cities that we sell water to. And we talked about putting a meter for them as well. There was some discussion going on. I was doing some different things with my notes or whatnot. Would every Barling, Van Buren, would all of them get a AMI meter as well, or would we?
Just the master meter that goes to
just
that
the
city.
master meter.
That's
okay.
all we're looking at. So I think and
they would manage. They would manage their own individual.
Individual. And I'm looking at probably, I think Van Buren has 3 or 4 master meters.
Okay.
Barling has 3.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at.
Who pays for those?
We do.
Okay. And
because we own them. The original meter that went into place when they first hooked up, they paid for it.
That goes into the cost that they pay.
Yeah, and that's part of. So if you look at a water rate, you have the base fee, and then you have the volume charge. The base fee includes recouping funds to replace that meter on a regular basis, as well as the cost for meter reading, billing, all of that.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to say one other thing, that because we've talked a lot about water, and commercial and industrial as well as residential has come up. For every meter that we are under reading, we are also losing wastewater revenue. There are a few industries that have a wastewater flow meter that we bill directly on wastewater, but this would also impact or have the potential to impact our wastewater revenue, which is there to help support and fund not just the department, but consent decree and compliance issues.
So you're saying that if the meter doesn't read, I'm sorry, Mayor. You're saying if the meter's not capturing all the water, then it's not billing sewer?
Right, because if the meter, and I'll just make it easy. If it's, say what's actually going through the meter is 5 CCF, but we're only seeing 3 CCF due to the meter being inaccurate. We're losing 2 CCF on water, but we're also not billing for 2 CCF of sewer. So we're losing 2 CCF on sewer as well.
Okay, thank you.
Director Rigo.
Thank you. I mean, again, just as a statement of fact, at some point in the next handful of weeks, Carl, we'll have a contract in front of us to consider from Train, where for 4% of 1 month's residential revenue, we can have a better picture of data and make better informed decisions. I think that we will have the opportunity to vote on that and give our direction to city administration. And so, I think it's been very informative and good information for us to consider ahead of that voting opportunity that'll come up between now and the end of the year.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we put it on the next agenda.
Well, I think what we need to do first is the contract for services is something that I can sign. So it's below 75,000 for services.
So you're saying that we can get the survey done and just with you authorizing it?
And then it'll be brought to the board.
I'd prefer to bring to
Let's
the
take a
board.
straw poll and people, as far as the people in favor of doing the
Unless the board wants to.
I'd rather prefer bringing this to
free
the board.
or $34,000 survey. I think we should. This is a straw poll this is a straw poll to just say, should we do this? Should we go ahead and go forward with allowing Mr. Johnson's company to do this survey of 500 meters to determine our water loss and then decide how to go forward?
Yeah,
Either 0 or 34,000. I'd say yes.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that.
It's worth it to get some accurate data so we can make some decisions about the future of what we're going to do for our residents.
It's not good. So this is no cost to the, no cost?
No cost, right.
That's, if it's no cost, that's fine for a study.
Well, can we dictate
No, it
where
is-
these meters are coming from?
It is a cost.
No, George, Director Katsavis, there is a cost, because if the study comes back to say that the efficiency or the lack thereof in the meters is insufficient to support,
Well, that's going to come back and say that,
well,
I think. But
it's free if we move forward with the entire
if
project.
it's free, that's, okay.
If we move forward with the entire project?
Well, okay, but
Wait a minute.
if we don't do the survey, we'll never know. If it's 25% loss, we'll never know that.
Well, can we specify that we want the sampling to be from outside users or commercial?
No, why, you know, if we're running water through every meter in the city that's not being billed, eventually billing that is going to lower rates. Collecting more revenue for water that's used will allow us not to raise rates. And the people using the water will be paying for it as opposed to the people not using the water that are paying for it now.
And I would say that any sort of replacement contemplation on meters should come with some, you know, third-party subject matter expertise behind it. And my preference would be, at least, you know, for this initial study, to give that professional the parameters that he wishes to ascertain the true scope and depth of the system loss in our area.
And the advantage here is we'll get to decide based on what we see as the loss, whether to go forward or not. But then we'll know. And the truth is, we're never going to know where our missing water is without measuring this item. And we know that we've got 12,000 meters in the city, Lance. Correct. About 12,000.
I mean, why didn't we do this before raising everyone's rates? I mean, it's like we're leaking water, we've got water going out the door, but let's go ahead and raise rates and then we'll figure it out. I mean, it seems backwards to me.
This is about, this is about making an intelligent and informed purchase on updating our water meter infrastructure. This is not about actions that were taken to adjust rates for the first time in 11 years. This is about going forward with the most solid information possible to decide how we want to upgrade our, how or if we wish to upgrade our water meter infrastructure.
But we were also under the gun because of failing bond covenants. We failed in 23, we're going to fail in 24. Eventually, that's going to be a gigantic, serious problem for the city. And now, this is another way to increase revenue that helps us with that problem. And again, collecting the money from the people using the water and not paying for it is not a bad thing. Some of these meters, no doubt, read accurately. A lot of them don't. And so about how many meters did we not replace when we did the project in 2018, Lance?
It was about 12 to 14,000.
12 to 14,000. How old are those 12 to 14,000 meters?
Anywhere from 20 to 40 years old.
20 to 40 years. So we've got 12,000 20 to 40-year-old meters in the ground.
Is this board prepared to not move forward with any additional water rate increases unless this is complete?
I am.
I would go for that. I would go for that 100%. Because we need to know. Because we need to know this before we can determine another water rate increase.
This year or next year too?
There would be another rate increase before the end of the year?
This year or next year both?
Yes.
No water rate increase?
Well, until we know the answer to this question.
Okay, well, color me in then, that's fine.
Okay.
Director Good was next in the queue.
Yeah, just wanted to make a comment that regardless of which way board members decide to go, remember we've only replaced, as Director Morton was just alluding to, 60% of the meters in the city or that are on service. So that leaves 40%, and I believe that those 40 are probably the worst and the largest meters yet to be done. So there's that figure as well.
Director Levon, did you have any further comments?
No, I'm finished for the moment.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Lance?
You got four votes, right? That side over there?
Yeah. So I guess I don't understand what the reluctance is to risk $34,000.
Get some accurate information.
We got what we need. Let's move forward.
All right. I don't understand it, though. I'll go on record. I do not understand the reluctance to spend $34,000 to know something we will never know otherwise on water, which we have spent so many hours on since that December meeting, and we're about to spend some more hours on it.
I would like to also have the record reflect I have the same exact question.
And I also like to add that a lot of the discussion has been brought up over the past year on the water not lost but unaccounted for. So let's get to the real number.
And no water increase this year, next year?
That's correct.
Yeah, I won't.
Whoa, it's going to take 4 people to say that.
We got 4.
We got that.
We do?
That
Okay.
side over there.
All right, I don't want to
And
get
that side sits over there, not even explaining their position.
That
You're a
side
bunch of
over there
conservatives.
said.
That's right.
All right.
What, conservative on what?
Let's get back to business. Okay. Thank you. If there's no further discussion on that item, we will go to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you all for the audience tonight. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on this evening's agenda is a discussion regarding irrigation water rates, and Lance McAvoy will speak to this, as will our consultant from Burns McDonald, Dave Nauman.
Good evening again. There were some questions that were asked, and in addition to that, some additional information was sent out. Basically, the question came up about irrigation rates. The question, I believe, was wanting to view which other municipalities had irrigation rates and what those rates were. That is provided beginning on page, I believe, 11 in your book. And then I also included in the packet all of the ordinances, websites, all of that I found that information from, because I know that several of you wanted to look more in depth on that. I've also included, the question was, what was the average increase in bill? It was a little over $11 for residential, and the residential irrigation average increase was $165 between the month of August, which was the old rate, because that was the bill for July, and the September bill, which was the usage in August under the new rate. That is, all of that information is on page 10. One last item, and I know I'm going backwards, page 9 showed what was the increase. We did it by bill cycle as well as by all cycles for residential and residential irrigation. That's on page 9. And we tiered that from 0 to less than 0 because we had some that used less water, 0 to $10, $10.01 to $50, $50.01 to $100, $100.01 to $500, and then greater than $500. Tonight we have with us Mr. Dave Nauman with Burns and McDonald. He is the gentleman who, with his team, he was the team lead who worked on the original rate study from December of 2023. And then when the board requested 4 tiers, he's the one that worked to do the 4-tier system at the board's request. So I'll turn the podium over to Dave Nauman.
Director Rigo, you recognized.
I actually just had a quick question for Lance before we dive into the Burns-McDonald portion. And I appreciate the memo and the information that was put together, very thorough. I just wanted you to announce, and if you have to look it up, that's okay. I know it's in there. I just wanted you to announce for the record and for the room and for people watching at home, there was mention made in the memo about, in addition to Fort Smith, which has a separate irrigation rate of $6.76 that was implemented, that's per CCF, that was put in place back a couple months ago, that only Bentonville, Central Arkansas Water, Fayetteville, and Springdale have separate irrigation rates like we do. Would you mind just sharing for the room what those rates are from those other 4 entities, their irrigation rate?
Yes, be happy to.
Thank you.
Bentonville's irrigation rate, they have a base fee of $10.14, and they charge $3.75 a CCF.
Okay, so hang on one second. So what is our base rate in addition to irrigation?
So here's the issue. Our base rate
Different
is
sizes.
based on the size of the meter.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
I was using 5/8 as a standard.
Okay.
And our standard meter for 5/8 is $6.
$6, okay. So please continue at the beginning. So you said Bentonville had a base rate of
$10.14, and they charge the equivalent of $3.75 a CCF.
Okay.
And how much do we charge? Just for reference?
We charge $6.76 a CCF.
And then,
Lord.
and then the statistics for Central Arkansas Water, or I guess whichever order you want to go in.
Yes, CAW, I'll go in alphabetical order, that's how I have them. Their base fee is $7.30.
Okay.
Their they actually have a tiered rate system, much like what ours was back before rate increases. 1 to 5 and 6 to 15 CCF is $2.48. Greater than 15 CCF is $3.04. It is important to note that CAW over the next several years, and if you go back and read their ordinance that I included, will be doubling all of their water rates over a period of several years. Fayetteville has a $6.99 irrigation fee, base fee. From 1 to 401 CCF, it's $3.55, and greater than 401 CCF, it is $3.55. Wow. It is interesting to note that their irrigation, or their standard fee for drinking water, not irrigation water, drinking water, from 2.7 to 20 CCF is the same as their irrigation rate. Springdale has an irrigation base rate of $33.70, and they charge $3.02, and I believe I have that as a volume per 1,000 gallons. I don't believe I corrected that.
Well, thank you for that information. I know this is amongst the item, and I'm sure we'll come back to it. So thank you for those figures. I know we'll reference them again. Thank you, Lance.
Good evening, Mayor and Directors. I have some similar information, Director Rigo, that I'll have on a slide here shortly.
Sorry.
That's okay. Tonight's goals, from my perspective, are to discuss the concerns associated with the residential rate structure. That would be both the fourth tier as well as the irrigation rate. We have prepared some options, so we'll show what changing that structure would look like and how it impacts different bills, and then would like to get your feedback and direction on next steps. So we'll go through some information around the use of inclining block rates, and I'll give you some benchmarking information both from a national perspective as well as what we see happening more locally. We'll talk about what the concepts are associated with inclining block rates and what they're intending to do. We'll review some costs associated with providing water, and then look at the alternate rate structures and their impacts. So there's two sets of information here on this slide. What this will do is it shows you the prevalence of different types of volumetric rate structures for residential accounts. The first column is based on national rate survey work that American Water Works Association conducts. And what it'll show you is that inclining block rate is the most prevalent today in terms of residential water. So in other words, the more you use, the more expensive it becomes on a per unit basis. Uniform rate is everybody pays the same rate. It's an average rate. That one nationally is the second most prevalent. And then declining block, which is really at the beginning of my career 30 years ago, was the more dominant rate structure, is now being phased out by a lot of communities. And then there are a handful of other hybrid type rate structures that aren't nearly as prevalent. We have done some rate surveying for the rate work that we've done here in Fort Smith. I've included the communities down below so you can see kind of who's doing what. About half of these communities are either Arkansas or Oklahoma, so relatively close. Similar findings to a degree. Inclining block is the most prevalent rate structure used for residential rates. Uniform is about 20%, so still fairly common. Declining block. So one of the things you'll see in the Midwest is that declining block rate structure is hanging on in the Midwest longer than in other parts of the country. And so it's a little more prevalent in the survey work we've done here. The concept of an inclining block is to recover the costs associated with delivering water, not only at kind of an average rate, but at peak moments. And so what you see on the graphs to the right are just conceptual drawings of what those rate structures look like. That inclining block rate in this example would have 3 tiers, gets more expensive as consumption grows, as opposed to that uniform rate, which is consistent across all levels of use. The design of that inclining block is intended to help recover the cost of meeting those peak demands on your system. Residential accounts drive most of the peak cost on your system. They are the most peaky of your customer classes, if you will, with commercial being second typically, and then industrial being a more consistent, less peaky demand. And so that price increases as an attempt to recover the cost of the peak that's being incurred. We've already talked a little bit about what's happening kind of in your region and with some of Arkansas's rate structures. You've had this inclining block rate in place in some form since 2007. It is a more common rate structure for larger utilities. So when you see there's a lot of smaller utilities in Arkansas, a uniform rate is much easier to calculate. It's much easier to communicate. And so it's much more common for smaller utilities. And then, as Lance has already mentioned, we'll show you some information here in a moment about some of your regional peers and their structure. I would say inclining block versus uniform, either approach is reasonable, and it's really a matter of policy as to what you want to accomplish in the way you recover the cost of providing your residential service. So this is a summary of, I don't have Springdale in here, but I've got Bentonville, Central Arkansas Water, and Fayetteville. I've shown the block rates as well as when they're effective, and the top is the residential water blocks, and then at the bottom of that table you can see the sprinkler rates. Fayetteville is changing their rates January 1. They've adopted a multi-year rate increase, and so I've included their upcoming rates that'll be in effect here in a month and a half. Both Bentonville and Fayetteville, yes, sir.
So, quick question. So obviously, our rates are a lot higher than Central Arkansas Water, and also if you look at the top rate and the irrigation, we're a lot higher than Fayetteville. And, you know, this is certainly an off-the-cuff question, but do you have any feel for what causes, because these are large population centers. Fayetteville is slightly larger than we are. Central Arkansas Water is probably 4 or 5 times, well, at least 3 or 4 times larger than we are. Any idea of why our rates, what would drive our rates to be so much higher than theirs at this point in time, in a, you know, looking at the same period of time?
It can be a number of things. Age of the system, how it's been maintained over time, and how much renewal and replacement has occurred. Growth, if you've got a system that's experiencing growth increases your revenue. It also increases some cost. But communities that are growing typically have either connection fees, impact fees, or other advantages associated with that create a funding source that helps.
How about debt?
Debt also matters too. So communities that typically have used debt as a form of funding for capital projects as compared to cash funding, a debt-funded project will be less impactful on today's ratepayer. Cash funding is the most expensive way to complete a project in today's ratepayer's terms. So you're asking a ratepayer today to pay for something that'll be in existence for 20 or 30 years. So there's a lot of pros and cons to using debt, but that does factor in to that difference too. The other thing I'd point out is that the fixed fees matter as well. And so in Fort Smith, and I didn't include them in the graphic here, but as Lance mentioned, that 5/8 meter is $6. That's going to be among the lowest of those rates I would expect in our survey.
So our fixed monthly rate is lower than others. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I want to talk just a minute about sprinkler rates too, because what we're seeing, at least in this in the Arkansas survey, it has got a variety of different practices being used. In Fort Smith, historically, you've tied that irrigation rate to the largest tier price. The theory behind that is that irrigation usage is the peakiest of all usage that you're going to serve, because you have several months in the winter where it's not used at all, and then in the summer it needs to be available. You have to have the capacity to meet that demand. So it's very peaky. That's the philosophy behind it. But as you started to get into here a moment ago in talking about irrigation rates and kind of how they were set regionally, you'll see different practices here. So for Fort Smith, it's tied to the largest tier. In Bentonville, it's about the average between that second and third tier. So not the highest price of water sold, but on the higher side. Central Arkansas Water uses the last 2 tiers of its existing rate blocks to charge for irrigation. And for large irrigators, it'll essentially be tied to the highest tier, but their rates in general are low. And then in Fayetteville, they tied to the second tier. So there's really differences, again, from a policy standpoint about how you want to set that price. In terms of the average cost of water, I thought this slide might be helpful for some context. So what I'm comparing here is for the adopted 2024 rates, the average price per 100 cubic foot averaged across all the water you're selling to the residential class compared to the cost of providing that water on average. And what you see is that there's pretty good alignment between the revenue produced, even though it's priced in 4 tiers, and the cost of that. So $4.18 from a price standpoint, average, about $4.14 from a cost standpoint. There's about $10 million worth of annual volumetric cost incurred to supply water to the residential class, and that average just simply represents total cost divided by the volume. But the point here is that the cost of providing water at any given point it varies. And so your cheapest water will be that base use, that kind of core use that everybody uses, because you don't have to meet peak demands to meet that service. But as your consumption grows, that peak comes into play. So that average represents across all things. The inclining block is intended to try to represent the difference between kind of the low and the high volume use and the peak associated with that. So we have prepared 3 alternate scenarios, changing the way that we looked at the 2024 rates that were adopted to demonstrate the impact of what some of these changes could mean. The first scenario is simply essentially taking out that 4th tier so that everything from the 3rd tier and beyond would be priced at that 3rd tier unit price that was adopted in the latter half of this year. The second alternative kind of builds on that concept a little bit. It also removes the 4th tier, but then it adjusts the price points within the first 3 tiers so that the smaller tiers are more expensive. They're priced a little higher, and that 3rd tier, compared to what was adopted, is a little lower. So this would give you kind of a view of what it would look like if you were concerned about the cost recovery and whether or not that first tier was priced appropriately, what it would look like if it was priced higher. And then the last example just is an average cost, uniform rate across all users, all customers within the residential class. So this will show you the price points for those scenarios. And the first column is 2024 adopted. The tiers that it apply to are the first column on the left, where you see the adopted blocks. And so it grows from 266 to 676. In scenarios 1, 2, and 3, you can see the changes. So that 3rd and 4th block or tier in each of the scenarios is priced the same. It's effectively taking out the premium on the 4th block. On scenario 1, you maintain the first 3 tiers pricing. In scenario 2, the pricing for that first tier is up relative to what was adopted, and so the pricing is different there. Yes, sir.
So can you give us the revenue reduction from scenario 1, approximate in percentages?
It is because if we take the 2024 rates, which were designed to implement about a 50% rate increase, by collapsing that 4th tier, it's about a 4%, 4.5% reduction overall in revenue generated.
Okay, and that still would keep us within the acceptable parameters of the changes we made to other cities?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Good.
Yeah, but that's a good point. So scenario 1, the 2024 adopted, was designed to create 50% more revenue system-wide. Scenarios 1, 2, and 3 are all just a little less than that, based on the way that the pricing was structured here, but all within 2 to 3% to 4% on that 50% increase. Scenario 3 is just that average price, so everything is uniform, and in this case we just rounded it, so it's $4.20 for any level of use. And the other thing that I would say, and I think you have a packet, a PDF, there's 3 tables that was passed out, I think, this evening by Lance. It's got this information in it as well. What I'm showing here are only the volumetric rates for residential irrigation. There are no changes proposed in these scenarios with the base fees or the commercial or industrial or wholesale rates. Yes, sir.
So,
did you want to? Director Christian Savage was first in the queue.
No, I had a comment earlier when we were talking about the Fayetteville and Bentonville rates that, I think it's important to think about what people can afford, because the median household income in Bentonville is over $99,000. It's $50,000 here, so nearly double there. It's a little out of context now because we've moved on with the conversation, but just something I think important to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. Director LaVon Martin, and then Director Neil Martin. Director LaVon Martin.
So what's the effect of this on homeowners association and property owners association who build through a single meter? Would that go down to 526 as well? Because they're 676 right now.
So if they're being charged the inclining block rate, then depending on the scenario, the pricing would adjust, and those would be large volume users, and so most of their volume would be in that third tier. It'd be that third tier price.
Okay, I have a question for Lance then. So I think it varies depending on the HOA or the POA, but I've been told that there are some places, and this applies to apartment complexes as well, where all the water runs through a single meter. And so in that case, is it all being billed at that highest rate? Or how's it being done? Where you've got, say, 300 apartments on one meter, one city meter, and they charge each resident some amount for their water use based on some calculation they do, which I have no idea what that is, but that's what I'm told.
So for apartment complexes, because they don't have the, everybody's going out and watering and all of that, they're actually charged at the commercial rate.
So theirs would be $350, right?
I would have.
Well, whatever the commercial rate
whatever
is.
the commercial
Whatever
rate
the commercial rate is, which I believe is $350. Is that right?
I believe that's.
So you're saying HOAs and POAs are charged the higher rate because they're doing some grass,
Because they're
watering
irrigating and.
Okay, so where a HOA or POA is running all their residential in-house, inside the house usage and their irrigation usage through a single meter.
I'm not aware of any HOAs that are providing, are a private
Okay, so
water supply.
I would ask any HOA in the city that's doing that, where it's all running through, everything's running through one meter, inside the building use and the irrigation use, get in touch with Lance and talk to him about what your situation is. Because, I mean, in that case, they deserve some break for the lower tiers. And you'd have to use some average, obviously, because you won't know the numbers, but there needs to be some compromise worked out there.
It used to be that some subdivisions would have a master meter, and then they would also have sub-metering, that the city would own the meter and the meter box, but everything else was private. That really is a large liability, because if there was a leak and they own the distribution system within their HOA or POA, then you're getting a call and we're going out and we're actually fixing a private line. And that actually has happened, and we have identified those and had to tell people, no, this is actually contact your HOA, that's on them. The issue of liability comes in because they're utilizing our water system ID, because it's our meter that is billing the individual houses. And then the difference, we add those up and then we subtract that from the difference. That's what the HOA fee is. We still have that because they've been grandfathered in. All new that have asked for that type of thing, we have told them no, that we cannot do that. It's either a public water system or they will have to have a private water system and become a contract water user.
Okay, so and one more observation, that if you look at the 526 and compare it to the 335, which was the rate before, that's a 57% increase, if my calculator's right, which is not that far off from kind of the basic 50% that we all started out with, and which Mr. Nauman mentioned earlier, and which the state of Arkansas mandated for every city in the state if they were not billing their cost of production. So it's a 7% higher, but it's in the ballpark. That's all I have.
Okay. Director Neil Martin.
Yeah, quick question, Mr. Nauman.
Yes, sir.
On scenario one, you mentioned it was a 4% reduction, ultimately a 46% increase. For scenario 2 and 3, do you have the percent? I would assume scenario 2 is an increase in revenue over what was adopted.
The intent with all of these scenarios is to be relatively neutral. So because there are some differences in price points, like scenario 1, we're taking a price point down.
Right.
So that one is, quote unquote, giving up the most revenue, if you will. Scenario 2 and scenario 3 are about 48% effective.
So it's still lower than what we...
Ever so slightly.
I mean, because just in my math, the 4 to 7 CCF, that's the largest amount of use in our system, and that 4.18, even though, it's 40 cents higher than I would imagine that would drive revenue up even higher, but you're saying no.
I can show you why that is.
Okay.
Director Rigo.
Thank you. And so this question might be for Burns McDonald, and it might be for Lance, but certainly I'm open to the conversation around adjusting the irrigation rate downward in the ways that has been contemplated in any of the scenarios. Really, I just want to make sure I understand some pieces of information correctly. That in the 5 places that were shared with us that have separate irrigation rates, when you factor in the base charge, which is something that all of them have and that you do have to consider, if the cheapest you could irrigate would be you have the base charge, then if you only used 1 CCF or less. And so if I did the math correctly, of the 5, Springdale is the most expensive at the total cost out the door for 1 CCF of irrigation being $36.72 because of their over $33 base charge. Then you've got Bentonville at $13.89, then Fort Smith at $12.76 at present where it stands, although I'm open to adjusting it downward, and then Fayetteville at $10.34, and then Central Arkansas Water for now at $9.78, but they've indicated that will change, and we don't have that rate of change in front of us, but it will be a change upward, not a change downward, I presume. So we are at present using 1 CCF of irrigation, we're sort of right in that middle part of the people that meter it separately. Springdale, of course, obviously is quite the outlier at a $33.70 base charge. So, I'm open to the adjustment, but when you look at the total cost, we're right in the middle there.
Director Neil Martin, you're good. Director George
I just have a
Casares.
quick question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sir, let me ask you a question. So it's costing us $4.18 per CCF
For residential.
According to your
414.
414.
I'm sorry. Okay.
For residential.
That's our actual cost to produce 1 CCF, 748 gallons.
That's the average cost to produce any 100 cubic foot of water delivered to a residential
Okay.
customer.
Let me ask you this: why would another city have a lower cost per CCF than us?
Well, for many of the reasons that we talked about here a little earlier, it depends on how much growth you've got in the community, the age of the community.
Well, it shouldn't depend on volume, though.
So, George, part of that is our distribution costs, our storage, and in-town pumping. So if you're looking at what...
Don't other cities have that?
Well, they do, but they also may not have as many miles of pipe to contend with. If they're a smaller footprint, they don't have as much infrastructure as you need. When we're dealing with our contract water users, for example, the reason they have a less rate to deliver by is the fact that we pumped, it comes from the plant through the transmission line and north of the river and then straight out. They deal with all their own pumping except for what comes from the plant. Well, we pump for everybody. South of the river, that's why they have a higher rate than those north of the river, is because they're using some of our pipeline and some of our pumping to receive that water. So we're charging them for that cost. We're recovering our cost plus a little bit of return on investment. And that's why the 414 is the cost to produce, but we looked at 418 to 420 for a flat rate, is because when you do that, we've got to make up some funds so that we have the debt service coverage. If you're making exactly what it costs to produce it, salaries, all of that, then you're actually not meeting debt service coverage.
The 110%.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious, Lance.
Lance, you also forgot to mention storage.
Director Settle.
Do you want to get, go ahead.
Do we have, so, I mean, I know what these rates were for these other cities. Do we have the cost per CCF for these other cities?
No, all we can see for the other cities are what they're charging for their service.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if it costs us $414, if it costs us $414 and we're charging $266, you can't really look at those rates and get a good idea of what it is. But I mean, I think that's very interesting because if one city's showing growth, like Northwest Arkansas, I would expect we would see same as ours, if not greater, lines of pipe going elsewhere. So I'm looking at that saying, wow, if our cost is so great, why isn't Fayetteville's, why isn't Springdale's, why isn't Rogers, why isn't Bentonville's? Like, that to me seems logical. They've gone, we've been bigger longer, but they are growing at a more rapid pace right now. So I'm
two things. Number one, they raised rates at a more frequent level than what Fort Smith did. So they've been banking money for a longer period of time. Number two, a lot of what's driving when they do rates is Act 605, Act 525, which is the 2025-2026 deadline. Springdale has already stated that they will be raising rates over the next 2 years. It was actually in the paper that I believe it's going to be a cumulative of over 50% over the next 2 years. So as they're doing their rate studies, because they're having to put in additional transmission lines and repair things, that factors into their future. So we're a little bit ahead of the game because of our debt service coverage and the fact we didn't raise rates since 2011. So whereas these others have raised them every 3 to 5 years, or in some cases annually, they raised them by 3.5% to 5%. They've banked, so they had the money in there so they don't have to have such a catch-up factor as what we would need to do to revitalize our infrastructure, because they've been doing it as they go and have money in the bank to do so.
Okay, thank you.
The other funding mechanism that I think Bentonville has in place is impact fees. So they're charging fees for new connections to their water system.
we are as well.
You charge tap fees, so you charge a fee to place the tap, connect the service, but an impact fee recovers a portion of the cost of capacity that's in the system, so that as a new customer comes on board, they're helping contribute to the assets and the cost of the assets that are there and enabling them to connect. And those types of fees are much more common in communities that have a lot of growth, obviously, because that growth drives the need for new miles of mains and other aspects of your infrastructure. In a community like yours, you could look at an impact fee, but it probably would have less of an influence for you because there's not as much residential growth or commercial growth as some of the Northwest Arkansas communities.
Director Settle.
Thank you. Lance, we got a lot of data here. Is there any way you could have your team put together a one-page summary of all this so we can compare Fort Smith to Greenwood to Fayetteville to Rogers? Because when I look at it, Fayetteville looks like they start off here and then they zoom up here real quick. Rogers kind of starts off here, and then as you use about 1 million gallons, you're down here. So they're kind of encouraging more usage. I'd like to kind of compare and contrast those two items. Is that? Can we look at all the piece of paper, try to put it together in one big spreadsheet or whatever, and so we can look at it as a board?
Yeah, I'll see what we can do. The biggest challenge we run into with that is everybody has separate.
I know you're looking at gallons versus CCF.
Not even that. I mean, if you look at it, you have this person uses 5 to 20 CCF, and trying to get that to fit in. I'll see what we can do. I do have a graph, I did not bring it today, that shows the base fees for 5/8 inch meter and how we compare with that. I can do some different graphs as well on that to see, what we have on that. I'll see what I can do.
And then for both of you, I'd like to know what the base of the calculations are for this $4.20. Yes. What is the basis? What assumptions are we making to get this number? Because here's what I'm struggling with. We're assuming north of the border, north of Midland Avenue, $2.52 is what we're charging the wholesale users north. So that means that the cost is equated to 29-30% of the transmission and water treatment plant is accumulated to that. South is 3R4, so it's an extra 52 cents. And that's what we're charging them. So outside users is 42% of the water goes to outside users. That's our basis. We know that. So the inside users, 23% is residential, the rest is industrial and commercial. I'm struggling with the 420. I'd like to know what calculations take it from 304 to 420. What are those expenditures inside the city that we're doing? If it's water line maintenance, if it's X, if it's Y, if it's Z, we should be able to break that down and say, here's the ultimate cost, here's the cost for outside users north, here's the cost outside users south, and here's the cost of the city, and we can break it down. It's this much maintenance line, it's water meter replacements, it's X, it's Y, it's Z. I think the board should have that, and I'd like to have that before the budget discussion.
I agree. Yeah.
Because I think, to me, I could have question is, do I have an expenditure problem? Am I not getting enough revenue in? Or do I have too much expenditures inside the city trying to understand to justify the 420? So I'd like to understand what the 420 is and what those calculations to get there before we get to the budget meeting.
Good move.
Thank you very much.
Director Rigo.
A couple of things. I mean, I would hope that the desire for information or further breakdowns of information or different presentations of information is accompanied with a honest consideration of potentially making adjustments to the rates. That's statement number one. And then the second thing, just as a question or clarification about the process this evening, and for Carl, it's a question for Carl. Obviously, I think what we're thinking about here and what the data reflects here is, are we going to make adjustments to the 2024 rates that we passed a few months ago between now and the end of the year? Are we going to make some changes, either one of the three contemplated or perhaps another? Because I think the sense from this board, certainly in the recent past, has been that a next phase of adjustments into 2025 would be further down into that year once we see the revenue picture from the adjustments that were made back a few months ago. And so my question to you, Carl, is, of these three scenarios that are in front of us to act on between now and the end of the year to adjust the irrigation rate or potentially other rates of other tiers, what is your recommendation to us amongst these three?
My recommendation is scenario one, because what that does is that leads to the littlest impact to everyone other than the highest tier users and the irrigation. And with the revenue impact as moderate as it is, it addresses the request to the board, and it also keeps the rate structure in place. If you remember, the 266 lowest tier was requested because of the impact on our lowest earning, fixed people on fixed incomes. So that would it wouldn't upset the tiers yet again.
Okay.
I thought we were looking to not subsidize the lower tiers. I thought that's what this discussion was about, is how do we adjust the rates where we have a few people subsidizing everybody else.
I think Director Rigo was
it would seem the discussion takes different forms and different shapes depending on when we talk about it. But I would like to make, if it's appropriate at this juncture, I would like to make a motion to place scenario number one
in front of us at the next voting meeting for our consideration.
I second that.
Okay.
And Jared, just to let you know, I was generally asking those questions so I get some data for our budget meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Director Neil Martin?
And going back to Director Settle, are we confident that the cost of producing water for those north of the city is somewhere slightly north of $2.52 per CCF? We're charging them $2.52.
Right. So
do we have the cost per CCF for those outside of the city?
we do. That cost per CCF is the price point.
Are we right smack dab on it?
On wholesale, yeah, we tried to recover exactly the cost of delivery.
Well,
within
plus
surrounding.
2%. Yeah, though, right. Plus 2 or 3%.
It includes, right, it's the cost of your operations, your capital depreciation, and your return on investment.
Okay, so that is it, 252.
Yes.
So 252 to 420 is the once it gets into Fort Smith, your cost jumps from 252 to 420. $1, what is that? $1.70?
There's a few differences there. One is that the wholesale aren't going to be using your distribution mains, right, which are a large part of your cost structure, and so that's kind of number one.
Billing,
right? Thank you.
Billing,
so
repairs,
they don't peak.
All the repair crews.
Well, and they don't peak on your system because it's a master meter that has both residential, commercial accounts behind it. They don't put the same peak demands on your system as your residential class, who everybody peaks there twice a day, essentially in the morning and at night.
I guess I don't get that.
So basically, what comes from the plant, what it costs to get the water from the plant through the transmission line to Fort Smith is just under $2.52. We include the return on investment and the depreciation to charge them north of the river that. And so when it gets into Fort Smith, we have our storage tanks. We have pumps. So during the summer, we have multiple pump stations that run 24/7, which is a higher electricity cost. That's not impacted by our contract water users north of the river, and it really isn't, to a major effect, is not impacted by the south of the river. That's why they're a little less than what we charge that $4.20. But when we're looking at providing water throughout, so we have the Luce, Haven Hill, and Wildcat tanks. Those are 7.5 million gallon tanks. To fill those, to fill and draft them, costs money.
Is that where your peak?
Yeah, and that's where the peak is when we're running those pumps.
So it's not peak because people are watering their grass. It's peak because we're filling these tanks.
But we're filling the tanks because people have been watering their grass.
Right. So that's where you're.
Okay, that's why during the winter. So really, what's happening when you're looking at peak fees is during the winter when we're charging what we're charging less than the $4.20 because most people don't water their grass in the winter. And that's why in the summer we do the winter averaging, so we're not charging them for wastewater that they didn't use, but they're using more. So the cost, you look at averaging that cost out over the 12-month period, and that's how we came up with the rates, because from May through middle of October, people were watering their yard. And that's when we started seeing the higher electric bills. And as you put more pressure on the system, you have more water leaks and things of that nature, which then drive to higher costs for replacement and things of that nature.
And there's no tank involvement in these folks that we sell water to.
Correct. They are required to have their own storage. We do not utilize our storage.
Well, I know we don't utilize their storage, but they do. That to me, that says there's an increase in peak demand.
They don't. The contract water users don't. The in-town do. Contract water users do not utilize our storage. If they do, we would have to charge them even more. So like Barling, if you're going up 22, Barling has their water tower.
Yeah.
That's owned and operated and maintained by Barling.
But they still have to fill it.
They fill it, but again, we have a master meter, and that is where we don't pump into that tank. We have a pretty much set flow that flows through that area. They're also, and Barling's a bad example because Barling is actually a ordinary water user like Van Buren. They're not a surplus water user at this time.
Director Christina Savage. Yeah, okay. Director LaVon Martin.
Okay, I just would, the 420 really is just in scenario 3 is just the CCFs we use divided, that number divided into the total cost of providing the water. It's basically the 414 with the 2% markup or something.
Correct.
So, and I will go back to the December meeting where you presented something probably closer to the scenario 2 to us, and Director Settle was the one who led the discussion about he wanted to have a lower rate for the low users, which we all kind of agreed with, and you came back to us with the other rates, which are designed to. They're not really cost-based directly because it's unbelievably complex, and I would say, in my assessment, to try to figure out the cost of the 1 to 3s versus the irrigation. What you do know is what you said, which is the irrigation people do place a strain on the system because for the summer months, they use water that's not used at all during the winter. I mean, we're never approaching 45 million gallons at any time except in those hot summer months. And the average use is between 22 and 25, as I remember, Lance, 22 and 25 million gallons a day. So, so I think that the scenario 1 is, except for the 676, or with the 676, was what we basically settled on as being fair as we could be, and not really penalized, not really increasing the lower tiers more than we had to because of what we perceived as their economic situation. And what we didn't focus on as much as we should have, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, we didn't focus directly on while I did raise some questions about $6.76 and $10.42, which was the proposal for 2025, just an out-of-this-world rate. I did raise some questions about the impact of that. I did not pursue it another step to say, give me the impact on a group of bills that use a lot of water, having at that time no idea that people would use, say, 80,000 gallons in a month, which some people do. So, I'm very happy with scenario 1. I did second the motion. It doesn't deprive us of very much revenue. And I think the most important thing about this is we could discuss this for days because it's extraordinarily complex. This sets us up, along with the outside cities, to do a flat percentage increase in the future instead of having to deal with all of this. And the point's been made by someone, the last thing we want to do is adjust the rate for these lower tier people again this year. We've created massive chaos as it is among a large group of people. What we don't want to do is add to the chaos by adding another 30,000, another 10,000 or 15,000 customers into that chaos. I mean, I've had no comments from lower tier customers. I've had no comments, and I've asked the water department, have you had any comments from commercial or irrigation customers? None. Commercial or industrial, I mean, not irrigation. Commercial or industrial, none. So overall, I think we've done a pretty good job, except that we didn't look deep enough into the irrigation area, and we're too high. And you could see that with all these other cities. We're high, and we can lower those, fix this thing, and then measure for a few months how much revenue we're getting. Mm-hmm. How much revenue we're getting, because we're not going to be in a position, the board in 25 is not going to be in a position to know what you need for a water rate increase in 25 until you know how much revenue you're getting out of these water rates we have now. We know what it was for one extremely high use month, but that's not going to be the same in November and December as it was in October. So it's going to take a little time, but I'm very satisfied with the scenario 1 rates, and it does set us up to use percentages and not get into this extremely complicated discussion, which you never will get to a standpoint where everybody fully understands it.
Director Rigo.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, to the folks that reached out and have contacted us over the last number of weeks, particularly regarding the irrigation rate. Thank you for that feedback. I'm grateful for the folks in administration and in our partner in Burns McDonnell that worked to provide an option that worked to adjust that back downwards, and I'm grateful that we'll have the opportunity to vote here soon on a over 20% reduction to that irrigation cost, and I think that's a very it's a wise step. It's one of these things where sometimes there's a little bit of friction, sometimes there's a little bit of tension, but I would posit that this is how local governance in particular is supposed to pan out and supposed to work. You make decisions with the best of intentions or the best information or scope of information in front of you at the time. On occasion, you hear feedback and you correct in responsible ways based on that feedback. So thank you to everyone for helping us through this process.
Director Neil Martin.
So ultimately, I think this is a case of revenue. What's the total revenue? Ultimately, one of the drivers was we weren't meeting our bond covenant. So we were at 108%, should be at 110. And then when we got this presentation, or when we came to the board meeting where we had the discussion about rate increases, where we were voting on rate increases, we were told that in 2024 we were going to hit 47% of our bond covenant, which at that point starts to get into some different things with our bondholders and potential receivership, all kinds of different things. Well, if I'm correct, and I look at the difference between August and September, Lance sent that out, or it was sent out previous, the usage and the revenue differences, and then I've asked for August to August so we could see what August would be versus August would be with the old rates to the new rates. I think that gives us a better picture. But ultimately, we're looking at what's that total revenue? Can we meet our 110% bond covenant? And then ultimately, I think there's some discussion about us needing to meet 130% in order to be able to borrow more money for sewer projects related to the consent decree and other things. But when we got our September financial report, if I read it correctly, we were at an 88% debt ratio without really raising any rates. I mean, that's 1 month of. But a single month of rate increase, right?
Right, a single month, the heaviest use month of the year.
The heaviest use month of the year, but it's not taking us from 47% to 88% 1 month. I wouldn't assume. I haven't done the math, but I feel like we're going to make our bond. We're going to get close to hitting our bond covenant.
I think we have a chance. I agree.
In 2020,
Lance disagrees.
Right,
Andy
2024,
disagrees, but I think we have a chance.
and then we're going to be over that in 2025, and so I think that's ultimately what we got to look at. But the irrigation meter folks are not blowing us out of the water. I mean, that's 2%. That's 2% of the users, 2% of the revenue. 2% and 3% of the revenue for the adjusted rates. I mean, these people watering their lawns, it's not that big of an impact to what we're doing here. I still am concerned that the residential users in September used 27% of the water and paid for 43% of the cost. That's still a concern to me, whereas those folks on the outside were, we've had our concerns about those on the outside. Commercial folks, 20% of the water, accounting for 27% of the price. I mean, I think those things are, industrial is 14% of the cost, 8% of 14% of the use, 8% of the cost.
Again, they're pretty much stable. They're not they're not having a peaking cost because they're always using the same amount.
Right, but
So you factor that in. It's when people are using more than what is normal, that's the peaking cost. And I'll let you know that total revenue difference between September and October, I had that run today, and I got it right before the meeting. We are actually down $74,125. We made less for the month of what we billed in October than what we billed in September, which I expect that to continue to decrease, mainly because of price elasticity, but also we're getting to the point where people aren't going to be irrigating.
we made less. We made revenue. We made less revenue than we did in September.
So, taking the snapshot, my only point on that is taking a snapshot of how much our revenue increased in September, which is based on August usage, and Director Morton's correct.
Less
that is
usage
larger.
in August, yes.
Well,
less usage in August, $1.3 million more in revenue.
We actually had less usage in September.
Yeah, I'm sorry, September to August, yes.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing that aspect. It kind of stabilized in between September. But August and September's usage pretty much were the same. It was a change of 33,133 CCF.
It was less usage, but $1.2 million more in revenue.
Right, because of the rate increase.
Because of the rate increase, correct.
I do have one question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get totally off track, but I did hear a motion in second. I need to make sure that we work properly. The rate increase or the rate change for scenario one, that is it the board's delight that goes into effect December 1?
Assuming it's approved, that's fine.
Assuming that it's approved.
There'll be relevant information included on whatever we have to vote on, right? Okay, thank you.
Director Christina Casavage.
Well, I would just like to say, back to Director Martin's point, the whole idea behind us raising the rates was so that it was more equitable for everybody, because we were in a situation where the Fort Smith residential users are subsidizing everybody else. And then every scenario I came up with, everyone kept saying, we can't do that, that's not legal, they'll take us to court. And here we are basically in the same situation. It's Fort Smith subsidizing everybody else, and that's what we wanted to get away from. We wanted to be in a position where we could raise rates on everyone else so they're paying their fair share.
The subsidization you're talking about is misunderstood. So the relationship that you were talking about, Director Martin, between the revenues and the usage that you saw for residential, commercial, and industrial is exactly the way it plays out in the majority of the clients that we perform rate studies for. It aligns with industry standards, and the difference is that residential class drives much more of the peak cost in your system. So they're going to be more expensive relative to their volume than a commercial or an industrial account. And because that difference exists, it doesn't mean there's a subsidization going on. That's associating cost-causative users with the revenue that they produce.
Are you saying the cost per CCF for an industrial user is less than the cost per CCF from a residential user?
Yes.
Even with the usage, the filling of the tanks, they're all coming from the same place.
Right, but they place different peak demands on your system, and a lot of your system is driven to meet peak demands. So your treatment plant is there to meet a maximum day use. Your transmission lines are there to meet maximum day use. Your distribution lines are there to meet, and your storage is there to meet max hour. Residential customers place more maximum day and maximum hour demand on your system than other business customers. They don't peak the same, and that's a common phenomenon that exists in this industry.
We only hit the max, 3 times?
No.
Was it?
It does go on further.
It was a handful of times that we met the max,
that when
right?
we were hitting the absolute max, but you can have an industrial user that uses, I don't know, I'm going to just round it to 1,000 CCF. That's the standard. They don't put a tax on it where they're using 0 at one point and 1,000 an hour later. It's normally rather straightforward. And also, you can't look at the percentage of water use or water used to the percentage of the cost or percentage of the revenue, because the cost is higher because, again, we have the higher peak, especially with our outside users. They're not paying for any of our in-city costs. So it comes with a higher revenue component. And when we allocated the costs per both analyses, the one that was done and presented last December, and then the one that was redone and presented in April, 100% of the costs assigned that were attributable to the contract users north of the river were assigned to those contract users. Same thing south of the river. And by default, then inside the city received 100% of the cost. And the board then, in order to make sure that residents did not receive as much of a hit as possible, besides making sure the lowest tier and normally those on a fixed income or the elderly, which used less water, would not be as impacted as others, and that was the direction we received last December. Also,
Which was before we raised project concern to 200%.
and we've mentioned that all along about project concern, but the point becomes one of that we've then adjusted the rates internally to the city on commercial, industrial, and residential to try to make the impact as equitable as possible, but a little less on residents, which is within your authority as a board of directors to do so.
Director Levon Morton.
There is no CC. The average per class is Dave can.
So my question was, can we get can we get the rate per CCF for all these customer classes?
Yeah.
Because you're telling me they're all different.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm curious.
I still have the floor. So now that we have the project concern elevated, and that covers a lot of my apprehension I had or concern about elderly or people on fixed incomes, I think that kind of negates that. Should we not think about selling the water even at the lower tiers to where we're at least breaking even? I mean, why are we selling it at a loss? Because that does it does create a situation where you have a few accounts, it's like 500 accounts that are really subsidizing everybody else.
No, they're not operating at a loss. Dave, can you describe that?
So it costs $4.14 to produce the water. We're charging $2.66, and that's not a loss?
It costs $4.14 to produce the water on average. But when you have to use peak infrastructure to meet peak demand, that price goes up. When you don't have to use peak infrastructure and you're just meeting average demand, the price goes down, which is why you have the differential in the tiers.
I don't know why we're so focused on the peak usage when it's only a handful of days. It's less than...
Because your system is sized to meet those peaks. It has to be designed to meet those peaks, which drives investment and it drives operating costs.
If I may. You're looking at peak production capacity. Peak production capacity is not really playing into this. This is peak usage on a daily basis. That's different. So if you drive, I'm trying to use an analogy. If you're driving up a hill, your car is using more gas, more power to get up a hill than if it's going flat. Would you agree with that? Okay. So when we are using more water, when people are using more water throughout the city, we're driving uphill. We're using more power, more resources to supply that water. That's the peak. We're getting up to the top of the peak. On a normal day, in the winter, say January 1st, we're using a flat amount. But you have to average what it costs to get to the top of that peak in your car, that gas mileage there.
I understand the analogy, but if I'm in Fort Smith in that car, it doesn't cost any more than if I'm in Van Buren driving the same hill.
But again, we're not comparing ourselves to Van Buren. This is residential rates I thought we were talking about in Fort Smith. The Van Buren, it costs less because we're not driving up a hill in Van Buren. We're just driving a straight, flat road in Van Buren. Fort Smith has the hills because of the customers that utilize that require the pumping and the storage in town. Van Buren doesn't require that additional pumping and storage from Fort Smith.
Okay, I'll defer to Levon.
Director Levon Martin and then Director Rigo.
Well, and I think the questions, all of which have been very good, have illustrated the complexity of this whole matter, and that is why the state of Arkansas mandated in Act 605 a list of firms which cities could hire to do this work, of which Burns McDonnell was at the top. The state will only accept a certain number of firms to do these rate studies because they are so complex. Now, you can pick your own firm and get them qualified, but actually, I think most everyone is using one of the people on the list. Is that a fair statement, Lance?
Aren't we exempt from Act 605?
They are required to use someone from the list.
Yeah, so the state of Arkansas said only these people can do these studies because they want them to be accurate, and and they are very complex. A lot of engineering things, a lot of accounting, financial type things, activity-based costing studies, a lot of computers. So it's not easy, and it's not easy to figure out. Now, the information you had, Director Martin, about cost and revenue broken down, I'm not aware that I have that. Maybe did I miss the email?
So no, it's basically page 10 in our packet. I just did the math around it.
Oh, page.
So I basically copied that in and just put some formulas around it, just to kind of see what our differences are. And there's really that top part. So I plugged in August, September, and then ran some formulas around it. I mean,
oh, okay, I understand. Yeah,
we need to hit 21,601,965 to get 110% of our debt service. I think we're going to get there. I think we are. And that's on 4 months of water rate increases. Have we raised rates too much? Because we're gonna see that in 25. We're going to be way over 110%. We're going to be at 130.
Well, but if we are, we might be at 130%,
or 150,
which would allow us to do some consent decree bonds, which we desperately need to do. So it would be a good thing, and it would mean we wouldn't have to raise rates in 25, which we had another gigantic rate increase on the table.
And we just talked about that though with the
we're not going to do it until we know.
We're
not going to do it until we know. Right. I agree with that.
Director Settle.
Jared was next. I'll go after Jared if he wants to go.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay.
And then we'll.
A couple things. So I'm going to go back to the commercial industrial users at 350. Those customers are using the same water that residentials are using at the same time in the dead of winter, dead of summer. So the cost should not be 70 cents difference per CCF. I would ask, and I trust your firm, but I'd ask you to think about what I said, because the pumps are going, the flow is going, everything's the same. The other question I have is, what would be the winter rate? What would be the summer rate? Because if we're really truly saying that it's the cost of usage in the high summer months, what's that difference? It should equal 420. But we'd like to know what the true cost it is in the winter and what the true cost of the summer.
Does any city that you're aware of, Mr. Nauman, do winter versus summer water rates?
Director Settle has.
No, what's the answer there?
Director Settle has.
Levon, I am not asking for. I'm just asking for the cost information. That's all I'm trying to do, to better understand what we've done. Because to Christina's point and his point and everybody's point here is, are the residents paying more? Should industrials and commercial pay a little bit more and float back to the residential? I don't know those answers. I'm asking some questions to get some information. That's all.
Go ahead.
I'm not advocating for anything else, but I'd like to really know what the true difference is, because I heard about summer usage is the reason why it's at 420, but yet I see 350 for commercial industrial users. That equates to about the same amount of water usage that is a residential. That's the reason why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Director Rigo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to maybe ask something of my colleagues, or make an observation as we approach the 9 o'clock hour. there's clearly no shortage of questions around this topic, and certainly sometimes discussion engenders questions that might not otherwise exist. But given that we, have stated, that we want to have scenario number one come up for consideration, I would just ask if we would consider, at this juncture, moving on to item 4, where we could potentially, where we will be breaking some new ground and talking about some issues and some particulars that we have not really yet delved into.
And we did have a motion and second to put item with scenario 1 on the agenda for the next meeting. Okay, thank you. This time we'll go to 4.
Thank you.
Can we take a break before we go to item 4? Can we break before we go to item 4?
Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
There's 2 of them.
No.
Oh, 2 more items? Yeah, we need one.
Let's take a 10-minute
Yeah,
break.
and there's a citizens forum.
what we're going to do is ask that it's been suggested that we move 4A to the next study session.
Second.
Second.
Thank you.
First and second.
First and second.
First and second.
We're going to move item A to the next study session.
4A.
4A.
Chevron.
Yes. Okay. With that, we'll go to B.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is the review of the impact of the United States Supreme Court ruling of City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson, and our direct.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, sir.
May I ask that in the discussion, and I know, Carl, I thank you for preparing the memo, and I know that Mr. Gard is a very capable individual, but can we please, in addition to overviewing kind of the background information, about that case in the Supreme Court, which is all very important, that I know that there are some ordinances and things that have been proposed. Could we just have it be made crystal clear for us up here, people watching online, people in the audience, what are the actual differences that are being contemplated relative to what currently is on our books? I'd like a real hyper focus on that.
Sure. And Sean Gard, our Director of Neighborhood Services, will be able to make that. But as you said, I did prepare the memorandum for this agenda item, including summaries for the Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson, and the Chevron Deference, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, who's Secretary of Commerce. The board has voted to defer the Chevron Deference discussion until the next study session, which will occur on December 10th. So, and Director Sean Gard will go over the differences between our current code of ordinances information and what's presented both in the ordinance that mirrors Grants Pass word for word that Sean has prepared and the other ordinance that adds additional information.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Administration, and Board. I'll do my best to answer what Director Regal was just inquiring about. Not to get too in depth of what's going on, but as was initially mentioned on June 28th, the Supreme Court did decide to allow municipalities to be able to, they did not deem it cruel and unusual punishment, to be able to address the blight and the homeless issues that cities are facing. Some of the news outlets, National Public Radio, stated the Supreme Court says that cities can enforce the sleeping in public places. And with that also, the Supreme Court sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, and upheld this when it was challenged. And now the consensus across the United States, I've done extensive research to let, because earlier on when this started, when all this begun, City Administrator Carl Gefkin challenged me or asked me to start researching cities across the nation. What I looked at was cities comparable to the size of Fort Smith and larger to see how they were dealing with the homeless situation across the United States. Right now, the Voice of San Diego says the pendulum has swung. Countywide momentum gathers for homeless encampment bans. Some of the cities that I did research, just to kind of give you an idea, most of the ordinances I researched actually came out of California. They seem to have the most stringent ordinances and policies on the book to deal with the homeless situations that are going on that we're facing here in Fort Smith. I researched the city of Vacaville, California, the city of DuPont, Washington, Chula Vista, California, Seattle, Washington, as many others. What was given to you, to kind of touch on what Director DeRigo asked, is the difference of what we have on the books right now and what's being presented to you. Right now, under our nuisance ordinances in Section 16 of the Fort Smith Municipal Code, we in Neighborhood Services were limited on addressing items. Probably about 2 years ago, we made an amendment to 16-4 for open storage. You could no longer have tents or camping accessories stored outside. That allowed us, until to this ruling by the Supreme Court, that allowed us to start be able to addressing some of the encampments that we've been dealing with. With the largest one we dealt with down on the riverfront, which housed, probably had about anywhere from 80 to 120 people in that. We partnered with Arkansas Missouri Railroad and Patriot Railroad, and with the city of Fort Smith, we went down there with the assistance of some of the city sanitation department. We brought roll-offs in, and we cleared out numerous, and we took it down to the ground. Made it look not nice, and now the coverage and its signage has been posted, no more camping. But just to kind of give you an idea, neighborhood services, we are dealing with homeless encampments across the entire city. Right now, they're becoming more visible now that the winter, the cooler weather is starting to come in, the foliage is beginning to drop. We're getting more calls, more complaints coming into us, identifying where these encampments are. We are quick to motivate on these and to contact the property owner, and we're at the point now, if it's not taken care of through our abatement action, we're going out there, we're actually cleaning the encampments up. To put it delicately, the encampments we clean up, when we come in there afterwards, we're dealing with soiled tents, soiled clothes, trash, garbage, and I don't want this to sound bad, but a lot of the handouts that are given, we have to turn around and clean up. And I understand people
handouts, what do you mean?
Huh?
Clothes.
Handouts, whether it's tents, sleeping bags, clothes, food containers, buckets. Our contractors, our abatement contractors that we use sometimes to clean up some of the smaller encampments that we don't have to go through the bid process on, we're cleaning up buckets of feces, drug syringes, beer, whiskey bottles, everything that you can possibly imagine that's there. So that's what we're dealing with right now. This is something we were asked to do, and some of the research that we've done, like right now, under our current nuisance ordinances, we can only do so much. So we need something on the books that's a little bit, for back of letter terms, more enforceable, that we can be able to address these more head on. Will it fix the problem? I don't know, but I'm hoping it's a way we can begin to curb what we're experiencing here in Fort Smith. What you have in front of you, what was sent to you, is, as our city administrator, Carl Gefkin, mentioned to you, one of them, these ordinances, mirrors Grants Pass, word for word, other than the verbiage being changed to list that as Fort Smith. And the other one that you have, and just kind of touching on this, not to read it verbatim for word, but we go from the definitions and the section here. These are proposed sections for our municipal code. Of course, this all has to be reviewed, has to be approved by the city administrator. It has to be looked at by our city attorney. We need to make sure we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's before it comes to the board for final approval.
Did this come via email?
This right here?
Yes.
No, actually.
Is it here? Do we have it in front of us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was included with y'all. So.
I mean,
Yes,
you got an email?
yes, I thought I'd sent it. We have the Grants Pass ordinance, we don't have anything else that I.
Okay.
Yeah, there's four.
Okay, so that's via email. Yes.
Okay. And so, we once I was tasked with this, I hit the ground running to try and get this as quickly as possible for review to our administration. With the one that's mirrored by Grants Pass, just to kind of touch on what it entails, that after the definitions, of course, it defines what a camp is, what a campsite is, what defines camping materials listed, not limited to tents, awnings, huts, lean-tos, a lot of these things that we do not have in our ordinance right now. Because a lot of the homeless encampments we deal with, they're dragging pallets, tarps, boards, sheet metal, whatever they can get their hands on, and build these lean-tos. And so this, under the Grants Pass ordinance, will address these items that are not included within the City of Fort Smith ordinances right now. But that first section, that we, because we have a direct concern of what we're dealing with in the downtown area. We have residents and citizens that would like to come to the downtown area, but what we have to deal with right now is a lot of folks, a lot of citizens, or even outside our city, are reluctant to come to the downtown area. But in this section, sleeping on sidewalks, streets, alleys, or within doorways is prohibited. No person may sleep on a public sidewalk, streets, or alleyways at any time, at any matter of individual and public safety. No person may sleep in a pedestrian or vehicular entrance to a public or private property abutting a public sidewalk. In addition to other remedy provided by law, any person found in violation of this section may be immediately removed from the premises. So this is something we will have to navigate. Some meetings we'll have to have with administration is when and if this goes into effect and the board decides to adopt this ordinance, there's going to have to be some discussion on how this will be enforced. Because with neighborhood services, we adjust items. We handle the trash, the debris, the garbage, the tents, all the debris that there is. And now then there's the human factor that will have to be discussed on how that will be handled when somebody's in violation of the ordinances. Camping will be regulated. As of right now, other than out there on Clayton Expressway, out there, there's a new camping ground that's going in out there. Beautiful place. They've done an amazing job on it, but this will limit where you can camp at. Right now, there's no camping in the city of Fort Smith unless it's in an improved area. And so, but what we're dealing with right now is we got encampments going up across the city. And hopefully this will be a way to turn the tide and get us back to where we need to be, where we're not having this issue continue to grow.
So if I may interject, Mayor.
No, go right ahead.
So like for instance, and Mr. Administrator, I would make a request that, you know, the materials that we received this evening, which of course we received, you know, right around the time of the meeting, or they weren't in the original packet, the ordinance and then sort of this yellow version that contemplates changes, you know, would you please find a way to, you know, distribute that to interested parties so that folks in the continuum of care or people watching, you know, the meeting or listening to the meeting have the ability to review these for themselves. But it's like, is it fair to say, you know, we have, so what's on the screen here, what is not highlighted in yellow represents things that are already on our books?
Let me, Director, let me kind of clarify this. The two versions you have right now, the version that has no highlighted areas on it whatsoever, this is the one that mirrors Grant's, the one that has no highlights in it mirrors Grant's Pass ordinance. The one that has the highlighted areas in it, in my research of cities across the nation, these are additions that I felt in my research that would be benefit the city of Fort Smith to kind of address some of the things that the Grants Pass ordinance does not, like camping on vacant lands. That's not within the Grants Pass ordinance. Some of the other areas that
Vacant lands owned by the city?
Vacant lands owned by anybody.
Okay.
And so that's one thing that we're dealing with right now is some of in our industrial areas and some of our wooded areas across the city right now. If we can identify it and we have that amendment or this change to the Grants Pass ordinance, we'll be able to address that a lot better and to deal with these encampments that are going in.
Sure. And so if I may.
Sure.
So like what's on the screen here, which is one of the documents that was sent to us, this represents Article 4 camping and sleeping regulation. This is a portion of our code, our city code, correct?
Actually, none of this is in our city code at this moment.
So none of what's on the screen?
The only thing that we have within our city ordinance right now, within our nuisance abatement code, is what we can address is camping gear and tents.
Sure. Okay. So to help us read this document, why are some aspects highlighted here on the screen and some are not?
Okay. Though I don't know if you have the other one. The one that has the highlighted areas on it, Director Rigo.
Yes.
These are other areas of codes or ordinances across the nation that I gleaned from like Chula Vista, from Caravelle.
So the non-highlighted version represents a straight up import of the Grants Pass ordinance.
That's correct.
The version with highlights represents additional things you have found in your professional capacity that you feel would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. I wanted to make sure that, go ahead, Director Morton.
Now, so, you know, to me, it makes, I definitely like the idea of including maybe better definitions. The Grants Pass ordinance is really pretty short. better definitions in there, make it more comprehensive. But now, I really think we ought to have we have one ordinance for public property owned by the city, sidewalks, and areas like that, which is what Grants Pass had. Then I think we should have a separate ordinance that covers private property. Okay. And you can put what you want in there, but I especially like Fayetteville's ordinance that says if you're going to allow anybody to camp on your property, you have to have a permit. And the permit costs money. It has to be renewed every 30 days, and then you are responsible for cleaning up whatever they leave, you the property owner. Mm-hmm. Now, some of the railroads may object to that, but I think it's necessary. And again, I wouldn't mix the two. I'd try to keep the city property ordinance as pure as we could make it, because you don't want a court challenge on this. And that's unlikely, but if you mix in a bunch of private property things on there, like vacant land owned by somebody, then there's a risk that you could jeopardize the entire document. Mm-hmm. So I would recommend two separate ordinances. But look at Fayetteville; they have a good one, okay. And it was passed in March of this year, I think.
I reviewed that one, and with all due respect, the biggest concern I have, Director Morton, with that ordinance of people allowing people to camp on residentially zoned properties is for that to be contained. But the biggest thing we run into is a safety factor.
Well, so we can okay. Write it. Use them as a framework. We can. My purpose of writing this is to make it very exclusionary, so that you make it make it very difficult to meet the requirements to allow people to camp on your property. Okay. Uh-huh. But I want them to be responsible for the cost, and I want there to be a fee for the permit. We don't have the situation that they have in Fayetteville, where there was a couple that was allowing homeless people to stay on their property in some ramshackle buildings and in a neighborhood. You just own some vacant property in a neighborhood, and the neighbors are the ones that eventually got the city to pass this ordinance. But they do enforce the permit fees, and they enforce the cleanup cost. They make the people clean it up, and so that's worth something. If you have people that are allowing that to happen. And we've had some situations where organizations in the city have allowed some camping, and this would apply to everybody. Mm-hmm. Every organization, every nonprofit in the whole city. You'd have to have a permit to allow those people to lay out there on the ground, period.
Go ahead, Sean.
But with the Grants Pass ordinance, like Director Morton, it's very short. But I thought once we're reviewing Grants Pass ordinance, I felt like there was a need for some other items that needed to be included for the city of Fort Smith to be able to address the growing issues that we have, including no person, and the second item there that's highlighted, no person shall sit, sleep, or camp on public sidewalks, doorways, or streets. We added in a few items there. And then we also... we got this one from Chula Vista. I added a section there, obstructing pedestrian passage. One thing that when we deal with, what you see it every time when you come down here to Blue Line for your meeting, the items, the people obstructing the sidewalk, and it makes it difficult. So I felt that it was imperative for us to add that into there, because that's something we're trying to address in the downtown area to bring people back. Right. Yes, Director.
Okay. I have another one. So this is going to require, I think for a while, daily sweeps downtown. And I'm not sure you have the staff to do that.
Well, this would be dealing with pedestrians. That would be something that the city administrator would have to decide, but that would be something.
I think you got to have the police department involved in this.
100%.
Let Director Martin.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. This has to have the police department. This is steadily getting worse for us, and I think the tolerance level has worn out for me. I know this is a specific thing where people choose not to come down here because of these very things. So one of the things, when you say sit, I know that I think that would affect panhandlers as well. That I saw one as I was driving down here, on Rogers and Old Greenwood, and she's there every day. This would affect her as well, and I'm okay. That's what I want. I think we've got services for folks, and I think some of those services are being abused, and I'm kind of zero tolerance at this point.
I understand.
Sweeps by the police department, not necessarily you, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. And the work that you've done up to this point, you and your team, is great. But we're kind of at a point where we've got to step up enforcement and step up the rules that we've got in place to be able to eliminate this going forward.
I did include an exception in there, though, because one of the things in some of my research, for obstructing pedestrian passageway, they accept for temporarily sitting or lying on a public sidewalk due to a medical emergency.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
I wanted to make sure that City of Fort Smith included that in there, just in fact, if somebody falls out, passes out, has to call an ambulance, has a medical emergency or needs assistance, that way that we are covered in case there is something tragic going on.
And we've got to be careful with that. But
absolutely.
I agree with sitting on a sidewalk, sitting in a chair on the sidewalk, laying on a sidewalk, sitting, laying anywhere. I think we've really got to address that. So I'm for being more stringent with this.
Okay.
Director Rigo had a question, and then Director LaVon Martin.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Director Rigo.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just certainly believe that the police department, the judicial system that we have here locally, the judges and the courts, need to be involved in consultation with us as we contemplate making changes to offer a realistic assessment of what is realistic from a enforcement standpoint, and perhaps it's not in vogue at the moment, but there is still a filter of compassion that has to be applied to our population of folks that are experiencing homelessness, and as we see in studies and conduct that's conducted, across the country, you do have when you have a homeless population, you do generally have it broken into thirds. There's a third that have, generally women and children who have fallen on a hard time because they have escaped a spouse who abuses them or a domestic violence situation, who genuinely do not wish to remain in the condition of homelessness. And so they're trying to utilize the services and the organizations that we have. You have a third that are folks who are, for lack of a better term, modern day hippies. I mean, these people that just kind of want to skate around where it's nice out and live outside and kind of their version of off the grid. And then you have a third who, represent a genuine criminal element in the sense that, in particular, that they prey upon and commit, bodily harm and other kinds of harm against the other 2/3 of the population, and on rare occasions, people outside of the homeless population. And so, I just would very much hope that we make whatever decision we make with all relevant parties involved and informed.
I will add this. This is not to sway the board in any way at all. But the majority of the individuals that we deal with in these encampments, when we speak to them, we try to point them to to Hope Campus for assistance. Right now, Hope Campus is at capacity. They have nothing really else open right now. But the majority of the ones we talk to, when we try to point them towards a facility, they don't want to go to a facility. They just assume the ones that we deal with in these encampments across the city, they'd rather just stay living the way they are. Now, some of them, yes, they have some, we do deal with some that have mental impairments, some with substances that, but I do got to commend our Fort Smith Police Department. Whenever we have to approach an encampment that's on vacant lands, we call them, they are Johnny on the spot. whether it's the bike patrol here in the downtown area, out if we were dealing with a vacant structure where homeless are squatting in it, or if we're on vacant lands out on the south end of town. We call them, they show up, they have the PPE, they have the personal protective equipment, and they're right there beside us, leading the way and helping us enforce our ordinances that we need to. So I got to commend them. They've been a great tool. And I know as we get to that point, we do move forward with this, I know there will be a big factor in assisting and helping this get taken care of.
Thank you. Director Christina Casavas.
So how much of what you see is the mental illness or like drug addiction? I know those things typically go hand in hand. Would you say that's a large percentage, or?
I'm just, to be frank with you, Director Casavas, most of the ones that we deal with, I wouldn't say a large percent of it is mental issues. A good majority of the ones that we deal with, that's the choice that they make to want to live that way. Now, it's not discounting that we do run into the slums that are impaired sometimes, and that's pretty much easily identifiable, whether it's through tics or mannerisms or struggles just to make eye contact with it. And those are the ones we'll try and point them towards to see Sharon down at Next Step Day Room to get them set up for some counseling and for some help. And there's been a few times we've actually had to call emergency medical services in when we've dealt with somebody who we thought was having an overdose attack. And so drugs play a factor, but I would say probably, if I was to ballpark a percentage, I'd say probably about 65 to 70% is the choice that they make.
Okay. Do we have a rough idea of how many homeless we've got here right now?
Yes, the count, and I'm going to look to Sharon Chapman, who's in the audience. Remember the last count last February?
397 hit counts, but that's
Yeah, that's right.
That's low.
That's exactly right.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Director Lavon Martin.
Well, I think that there are organizations in the city who will take care of families separately from individual homeless people, and especially children. So, and I agree with Director Rigo, those situations, our goal should be to get the people in contact with those organizations, and you know what those are. Second thing I would say is that sometimes people get stuck here and they're not able to get back to their family, and they don't have any money, and they can't accumulate enough to get there. And I would like for the city to be able to provide Sean with a fund that if they have a family in some location that they can go back to and get back to a support group, we ought to fund that, either directly or perhaps through Next Step Day Services, Next Step Services, because I think they have a similar program that runs short of, they use donations, but they run short of money.
They have donations.
I would ask the city administrator, let's work on those two avenues, because the best thing for these people is to get them back to
Where they have
a
supports.
support structure, like a family.
We had a success story not too long ago, and Sharon, she was instrumental in helping with this. I say this to give you a quick story real quick. I met an African-American gentleman in a parking lot, didn't hit me up for money, was looking for a job. And I tried to point him in directions where he could find gainful employment. But when he said to me, his name was Randall, and he says, I'd really like to go home. And so he told me where he lived. And so I reached out to Sharon at the Next Step Day Room, and they'd done the legwork, figured out how much it would cost, and we managed to pull the money together and to get this gentleman home.
Well, I mean, that's the best outcome you could possibly have.
And so it was just, if there's any type of donations, and I believe it's the family reunification.
Yeah, we call it Home for the Holidays.
Yeah, that's right, Home for the Holidays right now. But it's, you talk about the greatest Christmas gift you can give somebody right now is to get them home. And so, but if for more information for that program and how that works, please point them towards Sharon's Next Step Day Room, because they were instrumental in helping get Randall home. We just got her the money, she got him home. So,
Just to be clear, Director Morton, you meant like bus tickets, we're not flying anybody anywhere, just, is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, that we
Okay.
would provide the transportation, for bus
Bus-
transportation, all the
okay,
way.
bus tickets.
Yeah, to one city to another, okay? To family.
Director Settle, I think you
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, great job. I'm with Neil on this. Let's go for it. Up here on the screen, I got two questions.
Sure.
How would people's right to protest on a public sidewalk be affected by this? Maybe it's something you do illegal. Make sure that people have still the right to protest, or signs, or held campaign signs up for 8 hours that just came through. And then what happens if, like, parades, because there's always parades and people stand on sidewalks. I know it's talking about obstructing, but some people could read that as, somebody might be doing it. So I just asked to look at those two options as
No, I'm gonna write those down now.
right to
Carl,
protest, hold
and
campaign
we'll-
signs, and then
Jeff will
and then,
research those.
parades, because I know when we have parades downtown, people are standing on sidewalks and it fills up with those two big parades. So that's all. Thank you, Sean.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that input.
Okay, any other questions for Sean? Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does the board want anything brought? Thank you.
Yeah, I would ask, let's bring this to the first meeting in December. That gives you time for legal to go through it.
Grants Pass or Grants Pass Plus?
Grants Pass.
Grants Pass Plus.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry. As a tongue.
Again,
And
separate public and private
Yes,
property
I would go with what
ordinance.
LaVon suggested.
Separate
I-
public and private, we don't want to mix them up.
100% agree with LaVon in that.
Very good.
Two different.
All right, thank you.
Okay, everybody good? Okay.
I got notes on that, Carl, and we'll get to work on that.
Very good. Thank you, Sean.
Okay. Has everyone reviewed the preliminary agenda? Good. This time we will go to the citizens forum, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I think we have around, I think it was 7, but the first is Patrick McGuire.
Good evening. Since it's past my bedtime, I'll try and make this quick. At a previous meeting, there was the subject brought up about usage of city buses, that they didn't seem to be carrying very many passengers and that kind of thing. On my way here tonight, I saw an empty bus stop to pick up one passenger, and this is one of those big, long monster buses. Anyway, I might have a possible reason for that and a suggestion to cure it. Driving down Rogers, I frequently see people, especially on the north side, westbound traffic, people standing on the sidewalk at a bus stop, and the bus stop is simply a sign on a post. That's all. There's no place for them to sit down, no place for them to get out of the sun. If you got rain, whatever, there's no shelter of any sort whatsoever. All the way up the entire street. I saw a woman one day, she exited Walmart, she had shopping bags in her hand, she's standing at a bus stop, sweating profusely, looking down the street, desperately waiting for that bus to show up so she could get on it. Another time I saw a woman with 3 little kids in front of Mercy Hospital. I think if some proper bus stops with seating, covered plexiglass siding, and you might even be able to get some of the costs offset by approaching businesses in the area to have advertising placards or something of that nature. I think if you had a better infrastructure that way, you would get more riders on the buses. Just a suggestion. Good idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good idea. Another thing, since speaking of Rogers, I frequently travel between 46th and 74th on 2 or 3 times a week. Invariably, without fail, every time I see somebody run a red light. Typically, the light is, for a particular driver, as they approach the intersection, the light is yellow. As they enter the intersection, start to cross into the intersection, it turns red, and they just blow right on through the intersection. I see this time after time. I have yet to make a trip down that road and not see somebody run a red light. If there was greater enforcement, and I'm not criticizing the police here, I've seen a few cases where they pulled them over, but if there was greater enforcement and greater penalties, I think within a reasonable period of time, that practice will stop. And you also have the benefit of raising more money for the city as well. But something does need to be done because it is a common routine. Without exaggeration, every time I make that trip, I see somebody blow, especially at 74th and Rogers. I see it every single time I go there. So perhaps greater enforcement and much larger penalties will cure that problem. And like I said, you raise a little bit of extra money.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Richard Tender.
It's way past my bedtime, and you guys have a hard job, and I'll be the first to admit it. I've been sitting here tonight just amazed at how y'all go back and forth. And some of the people here that had some ideas, I think they were really great. I'm just going to go over a couple of things, and then because I'm about ready to die myself. But the other night we were talking, and I said, you know, there are people like what we've been talking about all over. I don't know where all these people came from. Growing up here in Fort Smith, I've been here all my life. Family was here, parents were here, brothers were here, sisters were here. Most of them gone now, but why do we have so many people here now all of a sudden? Where do these people come from?
You talking homeless?
I'm talking about anybody. Homeless or people that just want to come here and hang out. The gentleman here talked about the three categories. I don't know where he got those three categories from, but I haven't seen anybody run around town with children. Not once. Now, I'll take that back. Last Tuesday night, I came in here for a meeting, y'all weren't here. So I just met myself. But out here, there was a gentleman with a baby, probably a year old, in diapers, smoking a cigarette, $10 a pack probably, and trying to bum money right here at the corner of 3rd and Garrison. And people come to this town and see that, and we're trying to make people come here. You're trying to beautify it. You're trying to make it green and all this other stuff, but that doesn't seem to bother you guys. Now, I'm not going to take my wife or anybody in my family and walk downtown at nighttime, not without having some protection, because I'm too old to fight. There's been a time I'd loved it, but too old. You know, I have seen people sleeping on the sidewalk. I know it's against, I know it's not, it may be against law or whatever. And I do have compassion. I think everybody does for people that are downtrodden and things have happened. But I've proved a point several times to friends of mine by stopping and asking a guy, hey, I got something to do at my house. Come in. Oh, no, I'm good. Same guy that you give money to, and they'll run over and get in their car and take off. I've seen it happen a million times. I'm going to speak about this, and then I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. But when you're trying to make Fort Smith a better place and make it where people want to come, I can tell you, and there's some gentlemen here that can understand what I'm saying, we took the time, and it cost a lot of money and a lot of hard work. And we built a town down here. And it was called Judgment. I bet not one of you been there. Well, I know one has, and it cost a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort. And I went to, at that time, you had a guy that was, I can't think of what his name was, a little bitty guy. He was running an advertising thing. And I said, look, it's like all these buildings, when you put these paintings up, and I like painting. I mean, I do some of it myself. Make it Old West. This is not, I mean, I'm not up here to downgrade anybody, but this, what is an octopus on the side of a building? Why don't you put some marshals people that have made this what it is. And instead of trying to destroy our history, let's be proud of our history. If you're not proud of it, get the hell out of here. I mean, that's just the way it ought to be. You know, we had a town down here, and I went to the guy that was running your city, your advertising, and I said, hey, we've got judgment, we do gun fights, we do all that type of stuff, and I know everybody's against gun fights, and I'll be blah, blah, but the point was we were doing everything from Judge Parker. So all of our skits, we had people that made sure that the guns were unloaded and all that. We had the same thing, what we're supposed to do. And I went to him and I said, look, you got billboards up and down the highway. We're just a bunch of guys that's come together and do these things, and people came, and it was fun while it lasted. It just kind of, by the way, the homeless people would come tear our place up, break our windows, tear down our stuff. We had a saloon, we had a church, we had a sheriff's office, we had a brothel, we had a apothecary, we had a stable. Matter of fact, OK Foods even built a wagon for us.
Mr. Tender.
But they would come up there and tear stuff down. Okay. And I'm not through. I've been waiting here all night, so don't cut me off.
Well, there's a time limit. There's a time limit. There's a time.
Okay, just hold on. I'm about through. We went to the guy that was running the city. I don't know who he got running the city now. I mean, advertising, I don't know. But we said all you have to do is put 3 or 4 words on your billboard. We talk about making Fort Smith a place better, but he wouldn't put 4 words. Old West Shootouts, Fort Smith, home of the, whatever you want to put. But they wouldn't spend the money to put 4 words on a billboard they already spend the money on anyway. So those are the kind of things, if we're going to make this place a great place, we all got to get on the same team. And we hadn't been on the same team. And I could talk for a long time, but I'm not going to. Appreciate your time. I know you guys work hard. I know some of you personally. I think you do a good job. But I think you need to spend some time looking instead of just talking. Thank you.
Next, we have Jack Green. Okay. Kimberly Fodge.
Good evening. I just have a few questions. A lot of my questions were already answered tonight. And I want to say thank you to Director Martin, Levon Morton for helping me as well, Christina Katsavas and George Katsavas in responding to some of my emails. I do need some clarification. I'm just trying to understand some things just so I get a better understanding of what's going on with the water department. Regarding the water loss from the leaks, is that treated water or is that just water coming from the lake?
It's treated water.
It's treated water?
Yeah.
So how much does that cost to treat the water that we're losing in these water leaks?
Well, it's going to be pennies per gallon.
So pennies per gallon?
Some fraction of a penny, yeah.
Okay.
Because again, the average water use in Fort Smith in one day is about 22 to 25 million gallons. So, and we spend a lot on chemicals for a year, but if you take 22 million gallons a day for a whole year and then add in all the water to all the other cities, the chemical cost, which would be over $1 million, divided by all those gallons is going to be a very fractional number.
Okay, but we're still spending money to treat water that we're losing, correct? If I'm understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
That's right.
Okay, so whether it's pennies on the gallon or what, we're still losing money. We need to find a way to fix that so that we don't lose that money. I mean, we're talking about raising rates for water, which we've already done. We're going to be increasing sewer rates in the next few years because of the consent decree if the DOJ agrees with our financial plan and all that, and there's no issues with that. So I do think we need to try to fix that as quickly as possible. My other question is, does the city pay for the water that it uses, and how much does it use each month?
I think that went back to the question that we said earlier. It's baked into the rate. So like fire department, things like that.
Correct.
It's already baked into the rate.
Okay, well, I was just kind of curious how much the city used each month in water.
It's not that much. I mean, the water used by the fire department and for flushing our hydrants to make sure they're clean and usable.
Well, but how about the buildings, Carl?
So what?
The police department, fire department, are they metered? Is it metered water or not?
I'd have to go.
And the same for Creekmore.
Yes. It is metered. It is metered, and they are charged or they're not charged.
And Creekmore
Not
pools
charged.
and all that stuff too. We use water for those to fill the pools and stuff. Is that correct?
The pools, to fill it up if it drops, yes, but we don't drain the pool.
You don't drain the
No,
pool?
ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Splash pads, is that recycled water? Or is,
they recycle.
Okay.
Okay. Another thing is, I really question why we charge less to some of these lower tiered customers than what it costs us to treat the water or whatever we do with it, produce it or whatnot. I think it should be, if we want to be equitable, we need to charge people for how much it costs us to produce that water or give it to them. If it's going to be $4.18 per CCF or whatever that number is, I think the lower tier needs to be charged that amount. If there's people that cannot afford to pay that, then we do have that Concerned Citizens program that they can qualify for, because you do have people that are in the upper income brackets that only use, 1 to 5 or 7 CCFs. So I think that's something that the board does need to consider. I do appreciate that you've looked at the irrigation rates. If you do vote on this new scenario 1, it's only a 57% increase versus 101%. And my other thing I want to state is, this AMI thing, why wasn't this presented to the board prior, and why aren't we taking steps to make sure that these water meters are working prior to raising the rate increases? Because if we're capturing the waters because of water loss, because of malfunctioning meters, then that would probably help us offset some of these rate increases or the need for the rate increases. So I just think that the board needs to be mindful. Maybe the department heads need to be mindful in the information that they present to the board, so that we can you all can make informed decisions that impact us with our budgets and everything. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Williams.
All right, good evening, Board. Couple of comments on the homeless. Since 2001, y'all have received $4.3 million. Part of the problem with the homeless community is y'all invited them here, and now y'all are going to get rid of them. And so I think y'all really need to consider how you approach that and take accountability for it. Y'all are just acting like they showed up. Well, they showed up because you gave them all these things. And they're people, they're souls, and they're important to my Father in heaven, and they should be important to you. And so how you treat them is going to be a direct reflection. You're going to be accountable for it. And so I want you to consider that. When I was at the audit advisory meeting this past week on 11/7, to answer one of Kevin's questions for Carl, he asked about an audit of things, and I'm going to tell you why you probably won't get it. Or if you do get it, it'll be halfway done. And the reason why is because on 3/1, Carl basically said that we can put that on hold. They had 4 candidates that applied for the job. None of them qualified. Put it on hold, so we don't have an internal auditor here in this town. And so there's a lot of things that aren't looked at, and a lot of things are done halfway, to the point, Andy, is he already gone? I heard him speak out of his own mouth how he's trying to do things the best he can, and there was 2 other ladies there, and they were talking about, I could just see the stress coming out of them whenever they were talking. And so I would like to know, last week when y'all evaluated Carl and gave him his report, no change no change needed, did you talk to any people that work under him, any of the directors? Did you do a survey for any of those workers? Because I've talked to a few, and they're not happy. And then the other thing that I wanted to say, the young lady that spoke, Amanda, that was from Main Street, Fort Smith. I was at that meeting on October 17th, the CBID meeting that happens kind of with a group of people that are business owners downtown that have levied their properties to get extra money so they can have extra security and things like that. And she talked about surveying people. Do you know how many people she surveyed?
Surveyed people for what?
To get the paintings on the sidewalks and the lights on the streets. 25 people. 25 people were surveyed. I wrote it down. That's how many people were surveyed. And that's where they came up. That $10,000 for that was at that meeting. They have $181,000, and the director of that, which is Bill Hanna, this is what he said. He said that we receive an undefined amount of money that has an undefined spending. That's what he said at that meeting. And that's our business owners downtown here. The other thing I'm interested
in. And I just want to put one point out just for everybody. They receive it from themselves. They assess themselves.
They do.
That's their own money.
They absolutely do, but it's levied through the name of Fort Smith, Arkansas.
There are two specific things that money's to go to.
That's right. That's exactly
a clean
right.
and green and enhanced security.
And so who's holding them accountable to what it goes to and who goes? And I know there were several of y'all that were there, and I saw you there. But there's some things that the citizens need to know about in Fort Smith, to the point, going back to the first meeting I ever went to, y'all said that it didn't cost us anything for the leaks. And I heard out of Lance and out of y'all that it cost us $2.52 for that water to enter into this town. $2.52 is what I heard. Is that what y'all said? Because I wrote it down. And this is what I'm going to tell you. If it cost us $2.52 and it's coming out of the ground before it gets to that meter, it's costing me and it's costing you. And I really think that there needs to be some accountability from everybody on this board. And I'm really disappointed in how things are going. And I really feel like that you need to take a serious look at your heart right now and understand these are people that have struggled. Our town has struggled to make ends meet. And we're hoping things get better. But when y'all talk around in circles, and that's all I heard. I mean, that's all I heard. The people right in here, they got up and left, and everyone, there's like, you just keep going around in circles. And it's really sad. It's really sad. So I was just going to say, if you want to give $35,000 to that guy to come do that test, take it out of either Carl's pay or Jeff's pay. That'll work. I think that would work.
Next, we have Crystal Cadelli.
Good evening. So I want to echo what Dan said. Actually, it does cost us money for that water to come out of the ground. And just the chemicals alone, even if you take 1 penny at 3 million gallons a day, you're looking at almost $11 million annually. $11 million. Over the past few months that I've been coming here, it's just been overwhelmingly disturbing at how the board is treating the city and the citizens of the city. And I know there's 2 or 3 on there that you guys are doing the best that you can absolutely do, and unfortunately you're just getting outvoted, which is a very frustrating situation. But what I've learned is we have failing bonds, we haven't met our obligation to the EPA or the DOJ. The city has managed to find time to apply for grants that have more financial commitments from the city than the grant itself for parks, trails, and sidewalks, but we haven't found time to apply for one good grant to try to help us with our sewer and our water issues. According to our governor's office, they have roughly $30 million to spread out throughout the state of Arkansas for situations like Fort Smith is in, but conveniently no one from our city has been in contact with them about any of that money. The city administrator and some of the board members have been financially irresponsible. And because of that, they're asking the citizens to bail them out. And it is due to complete incompetency. Just like tonight, Mr. Rigo just says, well, let's put scenario 1 on the agenda to vote on. I know Mr. Martin asked for additional information. Mr. Settle asked for additional information. Ms. Savis asked for additional information. Why would we not just wait for the information to come in and then look at all the scenarios before we put something on the agenda to vote on? It's things like this that are very frustrating to us citizens because it's coming out of our pocket. And it's affecting our families. And it's affecting people that are in that middle income that does not qualify or is too proud to ask for assistance. And, you know, it's just really called for. And so I want to know who's being held accountable. Speaking of accountability, on November 5th at Creekmore Park, we were exercising our constitutional rights while collecting signatures for the Ward 1 and Ward 2 recalls. Mr. Gefkin stopped and communicated that we were breaking the law. When asked for him to provide the law that we were breaking, he continued to walk, saying, "You are breaking the law." When did we evolve into a city where it is considered acceptable for our top officials to intimidate the citizens for exercising their rights under the First Amendment? I ask all of you, when did we become this city? We should be a city of free speech. We should be a city that is helping one another. We should be a city that is coming together and saying, how can we figure this out? But instead, you are all talking in circles. You're not doing the work. And I would ask that this board start doing the work. Find that penny, Mr. Morton. Get that $11 million and take it off the citizens' backs. Thank you.
And last we have Molly Echeverria.
Good evening. I would like to address the AMI that was brought up this evening. I definitely have some concerns about that, and I hope it's not entertained, because the first thing that comes to mind is it was mentioned that it would be a revenue bond, so more debt. And the meters, I don't feel are the big issue. I would have a serious issue with an AMI meter, and I'm wondering if the citizens would even have the option to not participate in the AMI metering if it is approved. If the citizens don't even get a choice, that's a serious problem, because there's privacy concerns. I appreciate that Director Settle mentioned cybersecurity concerns. Those you talk about the guys reading the meter. Well, sure, it might save the city money by taking those guys off the streets, but then it's also their jobs. I would be concerned that they would be losing their jobs. And, the utility bills are obviously a huge concern right now, and I would be afraid that the cost of the implementation, would fall on the backs of the citizens once again. I'd also like to mention that some people, like myself, depending on what you believe in, but I would be concerned that that there's health concerns. Of course, we use, EMF every day with our microwaves and our cell phones, but I would be concerned having the Wi-Fi throughout the entire city for the meters. And frankly, I'm getting really frustrated with being compared to all these other cities. I really get fed up that we are comparing ourselves to Fayetteville, Bentonville, or other cities that were mentioned tonight, not having to do with the AMI, but, we're comparing ourselves to these cities in California and Washington and Seattle. Let's stop comparing. Let's just do what we need to do for Fort Smith. So those are my concerns. I really don't feel that at times that the citizens even have a voice. We must respect the voice of the citizens, and I don't feel like our voices are being heard or even respected, because if I say that I don't want an AMI meter, if it does get approved, well, that's not going to matter. I don't have a choice or a voice or a say in that. And the other thing I'd like to say is that I did like the idea of the flat percentage rate increase. I like hearing about that. That's about it, but I would definitely be concerned about the cybersecurity factor and also the privacy factor, because it was mentioned that it would have to be confirmed that you're home to get your water turned on. I'm definitely concerned about that, because if you have these meters, you can see when I'm in my home, when I'm out of my home, when I'm sleeping, when I come in and out of my home, when I'm taking a shower, So I'm definitely concerned about the privacy factor. And then there's the health factor that I mentioned about the electromagnetic fields involving the Wi-Fi. So the biggest concern of it all is that I don't feel like the citizens have a choice, a say, or a voice in these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other concerns before the board?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Need a second? Thank you.